Good morning, everyone. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. I'm really excited to kick off the fifth meeting of our Transit Transformation Task Force. Really glad to be down here in Los Angeles. Thank you to SCAG for hosting us here in their boardroom. A couple of just logistical things before we get started. So if anyone needs to use the restroom, they are located to the left of the room exit. We do have water and coffee in the back. Hopefully folks have had a chance to grab that if you need it. Feel free to get up kind of during the meeting if you do need to step aside. Also, the emergency exit is right next to the men's restroom. Hopefully we won't have to deal with any emergencies, but it is there. As we move forward today, I just also wanted to shout out to Eli Littman with Move LA. For hosting a nice tour for us this morning on Metrolink and Metro, navigating us from the Burbank Airport to this beautiful office building here today. So thank you, Eli, for that.
We made it and didn't lose anybody. So
yeah, we are here. So
we are all here. So success. Thank you.
And then as we kind of get through the agenda this morning, want to just say as we begin, we will have two speakers that will share some remarks before we really get into the content of our meeting. So with us, we'll have Sarah Jepson, our Chief Planning Officer from SCAG, as well as Deputy CEO at LA Metro, Sharon Gukin, providing some remarks before we get started. I would like to ask the group to please save any comments and discussion opportunities after the presentations, actually during our agenda items, just so we can kind of keep on track here as we move forward. We have a pretty robust agenda that we want to get through. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into it. I would like to invite Sarah Jepson, the Chief Planning Officer from SCAG, up to the dais for some opening remarks.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the SCAG region. We're really pleased to have you here today. I could ask our IT team to load the slides. Okay, here we go. So first off, a little bit about SCAG in this lovely region that you are visiting here today. SCAG is the nation's largest metropolitan planning organization, representing 6 counties, 191 cities, and 19 million people, about half of the population in California. When many people think about Southern California, they certainly think about Los Angeles and how significant of a place this is, but our region is extremely expansive geographically and demographically, diverse, covering the urban and suburban environments, rural communities across our counties that abut our coast, as well as our state and national borders. As an MPO, SCAG develops the Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. Our planning is done comprehensively at the intersection of land use and transportation planning. Our plan, which we call Connect SoCal, is intended to represent the vision of the future of Southern California's future, including through policies and strategies and projects for advancing the region's mobility, economy, and sustainability. And we look out to a horizon year of 2050. Our plan contains $750 billion in transportation investments, a regional development pattern that accommodates future housing need, and many supportive programs and strategies like mobility hubs and dedicated lanes that help reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the region. Our plan envisions the future of transit as the backbone of this mobility ecosystem that we're creating, enabling seamless and efficient mobility across the region without the need for a car. Importantly, our regional plan is rooted in local data that is aligned with our federal and state requirements and is also fiscally constrained. So therefore, when we have performance measures and targets in our plan, they're grounded in what is achievable, and the planning process brings visibility to where there are trade-offs between our goals. For example, in our regional plan, we reflect that a policy to convert to zero-emission bus fleet will impact the operations funding that we might also be relying on for service. So we think that the planning process is really important for balancing the trade-offs. In regional planning, we're also looking at, we create a vision and goals for transit that include but are not limited to our environmental impacts and greenhouse gas reduction. Key benefits of our regional planning process are to balance across multiple modes to achieve multiple different goals, including mobility, environment, our communities, and economy. In early discussions on the task force, I know we've focused a lot on how transit can be invested in order to achieve greenhouse gas reduction goals. And we think it's really important that the value and strategies that are we advancing towards for transit are also reflecting the need to advance many of these other goals as we do in the regional planning process. In the SCAG region, just to give you a sense of the system that is currently in place, it is extremely complex and includes more than 100 transit operators with more than 33,000 miles of bus routes, including local bus, express, and bus rapid transit corridors. Since 1991, the region has spent over $196 billion on our transit system. Connect SoCal, our plan, includes both capital projects and system and operation improvements for transit and rail. Overall, these investments maintain transit as the backbone of our transportation system and are anticipated to increase commute transit mode share equivalent to about 800,000 more trips per year. Within our plan, we also call out and address some of the significant challenges that we are facing, including because of the COVID-19 and impacts on travel patterns. SCAG's regional bus ridership is still approximately 17% below the pre-pandemic levels. And beyond our ridership, there are many other challenges that the region is facing when it comes to our transit system. Funding continues to be a critical challenge, as I know it is for many of you in your regions. And for the past 3 decades, Southern California has really invested heavily in its transit and rail operations. And while capital funding is more readily available, we do have challenges in maintaining the operations funding. This is a reflection of the investments that are included in our plan. Again, it's $750 billion. You can see on the right that most of our investments, about 60% of the investments, are for operations and maintenance of the system that we currently have in place. And this operation and maintenance dollars are critical for preserving a state of good repair on our system. On the left in the call out box is how we spend new capital funds in this region. And you can see the largest category of spending at $98 billion is for transit and rail. As I mentioned, our plan is fiscally constrained, but we do rely on innovative funding sources in order to be able to make these investments that I shared on the previous slide. And innovative investments account for about $131 billion in our plan. And we anticipate achieving these largely through a mileage-based user fee to be introduced across the region. So while it's going to take some significant effort in order to achieve our plan and meet the goals, the outcomes of doing so are certainly great as well. By implementing our plan, we achieve our greenhouse gas reduction targets as established by the state. We also increase transit ridership significantly, but not quite as significantly as some of the numbers that we've looked at through this task force. And we provide improved access and mobility options by reducing our commute times. To achieve these outcomes, transit is key, but it's not the only piece of the puzzle. Again, in our plan, we're really looking at the way transit works in combination with other modes and investments in active transportation and other improvements to our system, as well as the land use changes that will be needed and changes in transportation policy. So for this discussion, we're really pleased to be part of and for COME to be part of the leadership on the task force, and are really thinking about and want to support the types of policies and strategies that are included in our plan and support some of the vision that we have, including things like focusing on operating funds, investment in regional rail, dedicated lanes, mobility hubs, and supporting agency interoperability. And then we also think it's important to continue to think about this work in context with the other changes that we need including how we get to a point where we're really focused on the implementation of our sustainable community strategies and providing resources for those land use and transportation policies that are going to be really important to work in concert with the transit investment to reach the regional goals. And with that, again, thank you and for letting us welcome you here to the region today. We appreciate the state's leadership on this important topic and look forward to continuing together to create a brighter future here in Southern California and across the state. Thanks. Any questions?
We're going to hold questions.
All right.
Well, great. Thanks, Sarah. Really appreciate the presentation. Lots of exciting things, happening in the region. With that, I'd now like to invite Sharon Gukin from LA Metro up to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Undersecretary and esteemed task force members. I am, as mentioned, Sharon Gukin, the Deputy CEO from LA Metro, and I'm really proud to be here representing our agency along with Michael Turner, with Amanda, Michael, and Jocelyn, who you'll hear from next. Our vision at Metro is nothing short of becoming people's preferred choice of transportation within LA County, and everything we're doing is geared toward that common goal. Thanks to CalSTA, the legislature, Congress, and local LA County taxpayers, we're building out a system that has the power to truly transform transportation within our region. We've got the largest local capital program in the country. We're standing up a new police force. We're transforming our customer experience with Metro ambassadors. We're electrifying our whole fleet. And we're leading with equity, giving students, people with low incomes, foster kids, and more free access to our system, which you'll hear a little bit more about shortly. All these projects and programs will reduce climate warming pollution and help people thrive. And they've led to 20 straight months of ridership growth for our agency, which we're very proud of. But while we've made incredible progress under the leadership of our CEO, Stephanie Wiggins, more needs to be done to realize a sufficient level of transit utilization within LA County and put a real dent in climate change, especially because we know, as it sits today, a private vehicle can provide Angelenos access to 15 to 30 times more job opportunities than transit can within our region. That's according to some research from the Transit Center. So what more are we doing? We're incentivizing more people to go Metro, which, as I mentioned, Amanda, Michael, and Jocelyn will talk about in just a minute. We're running our trains and buses more frequently, and we're even building housing, both affordable and market rate, on land we own near transit stops, so that transit really will be the best option for our residents. We're confident that we'll continue to build back our ridership in the coming years, and we'll meet and even exceed our pre-pandemic level. We're actually at 95% of that on the weekends already. But we're also going to need more help, because the things that we feel will really build ridership and access to opportunity are not fully within our control. So I'm talking about more housing and employment density, especially near transit stops. Adding more bus priority lanes, which I heard Sarah also mention in her presentation. Transit signal priority and shade at bus stops to make our buses faster, more reliable, and more comfortable. And addressing the societal issues that spill onto our system and affect our system. Homelessness, untreated mental illness, and drug addiction. These things are all integral to building a system that more people will ride. And while we don't have jurisdiction over them, we're working with the tools we have today to make these types of improvements where we can and give people confidence in going Metro. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Thank you for all your support you're giving us. And thank you for your commitment to making California a leader in transit, sustainability, and opportunity. So with that, I'm just going to hand it over to our team so that they can walk you through some of our programs. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Amanda Peñalosa, and I am the Interim Director of Metro's Go Pass program. I'm very excited to be here today. In your meeting packet, you do have a comprehensive history and overview of the Fairless System Initiative, but we are going to take the time today to focus on a few of our very exciting programs that fall under that category. So GoPass provides students at participating K through 12 and community colleges access to free unlimited transit. It was operating on a pilot program basis for the past 3 years. And in April, our board passed a motion to make the program permanent, which we're very excited about. So what does that mean? Really, our goal with this program is to ensure that students do not have a barrier to get to and from school. The program allows them to ride Metro as well as 17 additional partner agencies throughout the county on an unlimited basis. That means they can get to school, they can get to extracurricular activities, they can ride during holiday breaks, they can ride over the summer. And obviously, we work very closely with school districts to onboard them through a cost-sharing partnership. But really, our goal is to create a generation of lifelong transit riders. We know that young people that ride transit become adults that ride transit. Devin Demings, whom some of you may know, grew up riding public transit and works at Metro. I myself took 3 buses to get to college, and I have a career at Metro now. So it's super exciting for me to be able to work with young people throughout the community to get them on board with this program and to see it continue to grow. So we're working really closely with school districts. We're working with our partnerships team to turn GoPass into an all access pass to get students out in the community, to get them to places that they might never have been before. So thank you very much. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Michael Cortez.
Thank you, Amanda. Good morning, everyone. Michael Cortez. I'm the director of the Low Income Fares Easy Light program. The Light program provides transportation assistance to low-income individuals across LA County. Office of Management Budget reminds me that Life program is the largest subsidy program in the nation for Metro, and it's so glad we're doing that here in the region. And what the Light program does here is we provide, for those that are eligible into the program, a 90-day pass up front, and then 20 free regional rides a month that they can get, or discounts on 14 participating transit agencies. So we partner with Antelope Valley Transit all the way to Long Beach Transit to ensure that riders in their own communities are riding their systems and benefiting from these discounts. We have a robust outreach effort. We do 80 events a month. We're at bus and rail lines where we have street teams conducting outreach, trying to sign people up. People can apply online or at customer centers. Besides the Life program, we have a Life Limited program where we go above and beyond in providing discounts and subsidies to individuals. We assist individuals experiencing homelessness, have been discharged from hospitals, have been recently released from incarceration, domestic violence survivors, and selected senior centers where we provide taxi coupons that they can use to get to shelters or government appointments, a variable voucher up to $100 if they're coming from maybe Antelope Valley, think their parents need to take their child to Children's Hospital. We will assist where we can with them, or 4 regional ride tickets to help the unhoused rider system. So Metro is, again, going above and beyond through our Life Limited program and our Light program. To date, we have 366,000 folks enrolled into the program. We enroll about 11,000 folks every single month into the program. So our goal is always to get 100,000 people into the program because there's so many people that are needed. We have found through our surveys that 80% of our folks that ride our system automatically qualify for the Life program. So we have a lot of work to do. So it's a really important partnership is important. We partner with over 500 CBOs across the county, and we're always looking to partner with even more to get the word out about this program. So thank you. I'll turn over to Jocelyn to talk about the community services.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Feliciano, and I oversee the Employer Pass program, our Youth in the Move program, and our College Pass programs. So Metro offers 3 types of Employer Pass program for LA County. We have 2 of which is our annual pass program, which is one is geared to employers who are 250 and up who are AKMD regulated. We also have a group rate program, which are a small Employer Pass program that's offered at a group rate, $34 a month, $403 for a year. We also just during the pandemic, we have our ePass program. This program created the most flexibility for employers. It's a pay-for-use. We partner up with 13 transit agency across the region to implement this program. Also, this program, we utilize a sticker chip technology that allows employers to turn their badge into a tap card. We also work, I work on the UPass program, which is similar to the GoPass program, but this program is geared for colleges, private university, vocational school, trade school. Anyone who does not qualify under the GoPass program will be under the UPass program. And this UPass program, it is also built based on usage. We partnered up with 13 to 15 transit agency in the region. We also created partnership with the school to offer free or reduced fare for the students. In addition to that, we eliminated all the barriers, which means we removed the units requirement, so they just have to be enrolled in schools. We also made the tap card accessible at campus, so instead of the student waiting 2 to 4 weeks to get a pass, it's there and then it's ready for use. As a result, that program was implemented in 2016, and back then we had about 7,000 in our college vocational program. To date, just under this program, we have about 32,000 participants in the program. Our other program is we work with the Department of Child Services which is our Youth in the Move program. We give a free transit pass for students who've been aged out of the foster care from 18 to 24, so they could go to school, to work, whatever, visit the relative. It's just for them to help transition them so they could get around to all over LA County. And lastly, we partner up with we have a jury pass program. We partner up with all the Superior Court to provide day passes for all eligible jurors. Thank you, and that concludes our update.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentations. Yeah, lots of just incredible work, happening. So yeah, again, thank you to all of our presenters this morning. So I think we will move on to see if there is any public comment before we get into our next agenda item.
Great, thanks, Mark. So is anyone, there are public in the audience here, in the auditorium. There's also public on the Zoom call. So first, the audience here in our meeting room, would anyone like to make a public comment? So I see two people. Two people would like to make a public comment. Okay. And then once we conclude with our public comments in the meeting room, we will open it up to public comments on the Zoom call. For those that would like to make a public comment, please limit your remarks to 2 minutes or less. I will give you a 20-second warning before your 2 minutes is up. And so the gentleman who raised his hand first looks like he's getting coffee. Would you like to go now, or would you like to have number 2 go? Oh, you'll go right up here, sir. And if you feel right here, and if you feel comfortable, give your name and your organization.
It's not secret.
Okay.
I'm Bart Reed, Executive Director of the Transit Coalition, and my colleague Kevin is somewhere around here. But one of the things that was mentioned was that you're covering a whole lot of transit systems in the SCAG arena. The problem is that Metro has technology with the tap card, but if you want to transfer a bus, say in the end of Metro system in the Chino area to get to San Bernardino County, they don't take tap. And we need to figure out a way, get some technology people figuring out a way to make the tap cards interoperable with San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, and make it work with Metrolink. We have a cash purse availability. So you could put cash purse Metrolink fare on a tap card, and instead of having to use different cards and different fare vendors, one of the goals would be to integrate tap so it's interoperable with the various transit systems. I think that's one of the things that's another low-hanging fruit. If we're going to have folks coming in from other countries, then they're going to find out the tap doesn't work except for LA, and it doesn't work on Metrolink. That doesn't work for me. Cash purse, all the technology's there. It's been there since the day that Dave Sutton and TAP was put together 10 or 20 years ago. But nobody's pressed the button and said policy is TAP's got to be interoperable. So that is my request, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, please come on up. or less, please.
Yes. Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm the speaker that Bart was mentioning earlier. I'm from Chino Hills, San Bernardino County. I have relatives throughout the greater Los Angeles area, and to kind of piggyback with what Bart is saying, I'm kind of surprised that there is nothing equivalent to, say, the Clipper card in the Bay Area or even Pronto in San Diego County, where there is not kind of like a purse where we can basically have all of the passes, say like in tap, or where we can use our credit and debit card throughout Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange, Ventura counties, and extend that to even MetroLink. I think it's really disappointing that we are behind the Bay Area, Chicagoland, New York, and we haven't looked at their models and say, expand public transit and the passes. And with the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, I want to be able to use public transit, not just to get around, but as a viable alternative to driving, because I've dealt with the frustrations of parking and driving. And I grew up in Michigan, where it's really, you have to drive to really get around. And I love my car. I love driving, but I also want to get around through public transit, whether I'm in Chino Hills, Ontario, Los Angeles, or even to go to Orange County. And I want to be able to use basically a card, whichever county I'm going throughout Greater LA, San Bernardino. And I think the best use of funds, not only to expand the public transit infrastructure, the rails, buses, but to have something like a Clipper card or even Pronto in San Diego County. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. In the meantime, we've had two more members of the public that would like to make comments. So please come on up and introduce yourselves.
Hi, Eli. Hi, everyone. Phoebe from the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies, also originally from the Bay Area. My question or comment is about fare capping for students. I know there's been a number of efforts to have a fare-free transit pass programs for all students across California that's been introduced through AB 1919 and 610 that have each been vetoed or held up due to budgetary concerns. As a former student advocate that had worked with LA Metro and UCLA Transportation to bring UPass to all UCLA undergraduate students about a year ago, through organizing with other college students that kind of want to replicate our model at their universities, it can be a little convoluted, given that there are so many different programs with GoPass, UPass, and then some of my friends from the Bay Area as well with Clipper Bay Pass. It is complicated when other schools want to replicate your efforts, but can't work with the same exact systems and infrastructure to get those pass programs through. We want to encourage students to have that kind of access seamless without needing to advocate for those things. But in the case that, fare-free transit pass programs aren't on the docket right now, is there something that we can bring in the meantime through fare capping? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have three additional public speakers. Introduce yourselves. Right to here for 2 minutes, please, or less.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Carlos Gonzalez. I'm a community organizer with SAGE. We feel that the state needs to subsidize universal fareless transit and at minimum not preclude agencies from going fareless. We also feel like the fare box system is old and doesn't work and needs to be updated. Also going fareless would rise ridership and also make people feel more safe. Today, I felt like I was struggling to find parking today. just trying to get here. I was kind of somewhat late, and I was just going around the blocks thinking, damn, I should have just took the bus, you know? But like I just didn't want to pay and stuff like that. So yeah, just I know that if it would have been free, I would have without a doubt just rode the bus here. You know, it would have been so much easier, and I would have not struggled so much in here in downtown just to find parking. And I feel like many people would feel the same way and also ride transportation much more if it were fareless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, please. One up.
Hey there, all. I'm Denny Zane. I think I know maybe a third of this crowd. Good to see you all this morning. I'm a former executive director, founding executive director of Move LA. And I really, first of all, wanted to say really thank you to Metro for its efforts in pioneering the Universal Student Transit Pass program. It was a priority really for Move LA for its entirety of our existence. And the fact that it took more than a decade to actually accomplish is, I think, that's the unfortunate part of the tale. But the fortunate part of the tale is now it is really going and very successful in demonstrating, I really think, to all agencies that there's a real opportunity here. Ridership is fundamental. Obviously, it is the only real fundamental, and student transit passes really can make a difference. We at Move LA specialize somewhat in doing ballot measures. We were one of the sponsoring entities that convened the coalition to start Measure R and later Measure M, working with Metro, working with the mayor's offices here in Los Angeles to make sure those measures passed. And they did, of course. One of the things that we all got from that was significant additional operating revenue as well as capital. We later sponsored a couple of successful ballot measures for affordable housing as well. So we've had about 4 measures we've put together that are now generating over $3 billion a year. We expect that to go up. We're putting together proposals and talking to potential coalition partners about a regional measure in Southern California to generate funding for a clean air and climate health program. But within that, of course, important to invest in transit and in particular transit operating costs. And that is, I think, an option for all of you, especially since a voter initiative qualified by a signature drive needs only a majority vote, and that's far more doable than 2/3. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have one more public speaker in the room.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Stutz. I'm the former president of Rail LA and currently work with the Transit Coalition on a project called Ride Safe LA. I echo Bart's concerns about fare and payment interoperability. I take the train, actually I take the Silver Line out to Gardena pretty frequently, and was that first time I made that trip, there's that moment of research that you have to do where you like, oh gosh, am I able to make this transfer? And then sometimes I use the transit app actually to get around, but it will recommend connections, but you're never quite sure if you step on one of those connections and if you make that decision, if a bus is late and there's a better option, whether you're going to be able to pay or whether there's some specific proprietary technology that is specific to that agency, whether they take cash or not. There's a lot of missing information. And so a regional agreement through SCAG, through the Transportation Task Force and what you're doing would be a tremendous benefit to riders just to ease their mind as they travel across the region, and would encourage more people to step out of their cars knowing that wherever they're going, they're able to make that connection, and that interoperability would matter quite a lot. Rather than being on one specific transit line, I think there can be a lot more coordination across the board between all the different transit partners to make sure that we're all showing up in the different apps as opportunities for connection to get us to where we want to go. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comments in the room. We have the public also on the Zoom call. We have a Zoom administrator, Rachel Jacobs. Rachel, how many, can you tell us approximately how many people would like to make public comments from the Zoom call?
Hello, everyone. We have 2 members of the public who would like to make public comments via Zoom. So we will start with our first member of the public, Oscar, and I'll go ahead and unmute.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, task force. My name is Oscar. I'm the director of advocacy and organizing here at SAGE. SAGE is a nonprofit community organization in South Central LA, organizing Black and Brown writers from working class backgrounds. My public comment, I want to caveat it first by saying that I really appreciate Metro and the staff's work on GoPass, on Life, to bring more affordability and access to community. I do want to say though that, means tested card dependent programs don't work for everybody. And I think that is showcased by the low enrollment numbers that Life had for such a long time and the current low utilization numbers. I think they hover around 16%. And the reason is because, I think the people who are most transit dependent don't have the resources to go through, applications and do all the forms that are required to get the benefits that they need. I think in the long term, I think the state, and this is going to be a comment to the state. You need, like Carlos said a couple comments ago, we need to subsidize or find ways to have eligible operation funding that agencies that want to go ferryless can use, and at a minimum, not get in the way of agencies that want to go ferryless. And I think, and I'll end my point in this: like, ferryless is the most universal ferryless systems are the most cost-effective way to reduce VMT, which I know is something that the state cares about. So thanks for hearing my comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll move on to our next public comment. And I'll go ahead and unmute Connie.
Welcome, Connie. Go ahead and start anytime you want to, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to participate and make some public comments here. I would like to state that my name is Connie Arnold. I'm a disability rights advocate, and I'm very concerned about seeing all of this additional cash coming in for transit, and yet I'm not thoroughly seeing that translate into accessibility for all individuals, including persons with disabilities. And I would like to know what transit agencies are doing to make sure that transportation systems are fully accessible for persons with disabilities that are compliant with disabled access structurally and programmatically. It seems that we are being relegated oftentimes to paratransit systems, and we should be included in all transportation systems, from rail to the new electric vehicles out there, Lyft, Uber. All of this is often off limits or not being built to be fully compliant with disabled access, including wheelchair access for persons with disabilities. You can take, for example, the new E-Train by Caltrain in the Bay Area that has a wheelchair accessible, supposedly, restroom on board that is completely inaccessible. Anyone with any code knowledge at all can take a look at that picture and see that that bathroom access on board that train is not accessible. It does not have access with a side transfer area. It's got the sink on top of the toilet, so anybody in a larger wheelchair cannot use it. It doesn't have the rear grab bar, for example. There are systems all over that are being built that are not compliant. And you cannot assume that those individuals with lived experience on advisory committees have code knowledge to know what accessibility requirements are. And I would like to know what you are doing to ensure that all of the additional federal funding that is coming into the system for transportation upgrades includes access, both structurally and programmatically, for persons with disabilities. And that includes, things like an app where you pay by an app on your telephone, where you don't have to push a button to open a door to board. You need to make it less complex and easier for people just to get on and exit, whether that is these light rail systems, whether it was a water taxi, whether it was a vehicle that's a robo taxi. Those things all need to be accessible
Connie,
for the system. Thank you so much.
thank you very much. Meanwhile, we had one more member of the public in the room that would like to make public comments. Oh, let me get you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Maria Sims. I'm from Redondo Beach. I was listening to a lot of comments about interoperability and equity, but I didn't hear safety, and that is actually something that kind of keeps me from using public transportation. I know the news sensationalizes these, but like the knife fights and the way that the bus drivers are treated. So I just thought that I would bring that up, that's something you guys could address, is how safe is it to take public transportation? I didn't hear that in the presentation, so that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes public comments for this segment of the agenda.
Well, great. Yeah, thanks, Mike, for facilitating. And I just want to thank all of the members from the public who are in the room as well as online for engaging. I think that's kind of the most public comment that we've actually had with respect to this body. So I just encourage you all to continue to engage with us. I think it's going to be really helpful as we start to move towards developing recommendations that we do hear from you all and kind of hear from the public and your concerns. So with that, we will go ahead and move to our next agenda item, and we'll actually take items 2 and 3 together. So this will be our roll call and approval of our last meeting minutes from June 17th. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin with our roll call. I'll ask staff to go ahead and call out the roll.
Kome Ajise.
Here.
Rashidi Barnes. Present. Alex Bockelman.
Here.
Sharon Cooney. Ian Griffiths.
Here.
Amy Hance.
Here.
James Lindsay.
Present.
Eli Lipman.
Here.
Juan Matute.
Here.
Kate Miller.
Here.
Laurel Boluna.
Here.
Seamus Murphy.
Here.
Laurel Paget Seekins.
Here.
Michael Pimentel.
Here.
Robert Powers.
Here.
Carl Sidoric.
Here.
David Sforza. Tony Tavares.
Here.
Laura Tokoff. Mark Tollefson.
Here.
Michael Turner.
Here.
Carrie Watkins.
Here.
Mark Watts.
Here. Here.
Melissa White. Jim Wonderman.
Here.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we have a quorum. So we will move into our next agenda item, which will be to approve our meeting minutes from the June 17th, 2024 convening. Staff, go ahead and call the roll.
Kome Ajise. I think we need the motion first. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Can we get a motion to approve
make the motion.
minutes?
Second.
We have a motion from Kome and a second from Carl Sidor.
And I would like to make a comment before we approve the minutes. That's okay. Thanks. Yeah, I'm reviewing the minutes and I'm thinking back to our meeting the last time and then looking at the agenda for this time. And we did have one slide and a short discussion about first last mile connectivity and the need for first last mile connectivity. That was part of it. I don't see it on the minutes being highlighted, and that's fine. I'm not going to ask for an amendment to the motion and discussion, but I didn't see it as a topic for discussion on this meeting, and I want to make sure that we do not shortchange looking at first last mile as one of the necessary components of creating a really integrated system and ensuring that people can figure out that connection to their longer trip. So I just wanted to put that on the record as a comment for the minutes, because that seemed to be missing from it.
Great. Thanks, Eli. I'm note taking.
Kome Ajise.
Aye.
Rashidi Barnes.
Aye.
Alex Bockelman.
Aye.
Ian Griffiths.
Yes.
Amy Hance.
Yes.
James Lindsay.
Yes.
Eli Lippman.
Yes.
Juan Matute. Kate Miller.
Yes.
Laurel Mo Luna.
Yes.
Seamus Murphy.
Yes.
Laurel Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Michael Pimentel.
Yes.
Robert Powers.
Yes.
Carl Sidoric.
Yes.
Tony Tavares.
Yes.
Mark Tollefson.
Yes.
Michael Turner.
Yes.
Carrie Watkins.
Yes.
Mark Watts.
Yes.
Jim Wonderman.
Yes.
That concludes.
Great. That item is approved. All right, so we'll move forward into our agenda, and if we could go to the next slide. So you'll see on your screen here, I'll just do a quick kind of walkthrough of the agenda. I think everyone's seen this, but we are now going to be moving on to item 4, which is our staff report on findings and policy recommendations for our report to the legislature. So really excited to kind of move into this portion of kind of the task force where we had a really robust discussion in our last meeting, and we'll talk about this a little more, but really kind of getting to that point where us as a body are starting to kind of develop some of those draft recommendations that will move forward. I know there's a lot of space between now and next fall when the report is due, but we're wanting to kind of keep that momentum going as we move forward. Then agenda item number 5, it'll be a discussion of our research plan and analysis. This is a lot of the work that will happen kind of behind the scenes to support this group. A lot of the work from our technical working group to bring that forward. So really want to hear from this team here from our task force as to other items that you may want that group to work on to bring back to this body. Then we'll get into a discussion of workforce opportunities in public transportation, including those strategies to address workforce recruitment, retention, as well as development challenges. So we'll look forward to a robust discussion there. And then an item that I know a number of folks have flagged in our previous meetings, but we will start to begin our discussion on Transportation Development Act reform, really focused on transit operations. So looking at things such as replacing fare box recovery ratios and efficiency criteria with performance metrics that really better measure our transit operations. So I think that will be a very robust discussion. This won't be the kind of last time we kind of broach that issue, but that will really kick off that topic for our task force. Then we'll get into kind of broader public comments for items that aren't on the agenda. And then we'll go ahead and preview kind of what comes next after this meeting. So big agenda here, a lot to cover, but hopefully we'll be able to stay on track. We will end up breaking for lunch, probably take about a 30-minute break, likely after item 4, just kind of given the time of where we are in the agenda, but we may modify that as we go, but we will plan to take a 30-minute break for lunch. If we could go to the next slide. So just, again, talking a little bit about today's goals. So we will walk through a little bit of that process for approving recommendations. So, we want to make sure that everyone's comfortable with kind of how we're, approaching this, how we'll ultimately take the feedback from this group, from our task force, and build that into our report that will be due to the legislature and the governor. We will actually start to, as I mentioned in our next item, talk about those recommendations, particularly on transit prioritization, stemming from our conversations in our last meeting. We'll talk about our research plan as we move forward. Really, again, want to hear from this body as to items that you might want us to focus on. Then we will dive into the detail around workforce recruitment, retention, and development. And then, as I mentioned before, TDA reform. If we can go into our next slide. So let's move on to agenda item 4. Let's go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, our final report, we really want to talk a little bit about, what this looks like as we build towards October of next year. So really the idea here is for this group to focus on these high-level principles, probably, kind of 5 to 10 topics there, really focusing on, what we're trying to accomplish. What are those values that we want to, kind of put forth as a group. Then we'll break that down into some of the strategies to ultimately implement those principles and get into the policy recommendations, which really drive on the ground level how we're going to do that. So that's kind of the basis for how we're going to structure the report. We will start, as I mentioned, getting into some of those policy recommendations in this item as we move forward. And those will really be kind of driven from a lot of the principles that were outlined in SB 125. I think, the 17 to 18 items that we as a group need to cover. Next slide. So we'll just talk a little bit about, kind of the work that's outside of this group that's happening. Really just a little bit of a refresher. So our technical working group will continue to kind of support the efforts of our task force. They will help develop the report with subject matter expertise, as well as some of the technical feedback that we're hearing. So if you look at the slide that's in front of you all, this group will provide guidance, of where we want to go with our recommendations. Our technical working group and others, our consultant team, will gather some of that, subject matter expertise. We'll bring that back to the group. We will all review that, provide feedback, give guidance, on different topics. And then ultimately we will take actions on those recommendations that are put forward to us that will get built into either future agendas or into that final report. So this is just kind of a refresher as to kind of how that group interacts with our task force here. Next slide. So this really outlines our process for the task force approving recommendations. So these are kind of on the screen here. You'll see kind of in items 1 and 2, the sources of our recommendations. So we had heard a lot of great feedback from this group in our last meeting. So what we have done is kind of synthesize that feedback that we received. Our team here, with support of Caltrans and our consultants, has prepared that staff report that you've had a chance to review. That was based on not only the discussion, but some of our subject matter expert interviews, as well as our technical working group input. We can also get recommendations directly from the team here. So if you have different thoughts, that will also come up from the group, today. And then in our meetings, today will be a good example. We will kind of put forward some individual proposals. What I will say is as we dive into the topics today, it will not be a comprehensive, list of everything that was discussed in that last meeting. But these are the items that we thought we could bring forward to you all for this kind of first round of discussions. Not to say that kind of forecloses the opportunity to touch on items and bring those back as we get into subsequent discussions. But we will vote on these as kind of draft recommendations. And then the idea would be that early next year, we as a body will actually formalize and finalize those recommendations. So I don't want us to be so focused on the wordsmithing of what you'll see before you. We really want to focus more on those concepts that we will ultimately bring back early next year and finalize. And then that will lead into that final report, as I mentioned, which is due in October of next year. So if we can go to the next slide. And then what we've realized is that because we've had such robust discussion, on these different topic areas, it's going to be very difficult for us to tackle every single item that we're required to as a task force between even now and October, now and when we need to develop those reports. So what we are recommending, and you'll see it on your screen here, is that we do have some off-cycle meetings. We have been meeting, kind of every other month as a body in person. We are hoping to do several just online convenings, likely to be about 2 hours. where we can really focus on taking that discussion that we just had, starting to kind of take those items and form those into recommendations that we can take action on as we move forward. Because I think what's going to happen is if we solely focus on our in-person meetings that we had on the original calendar, we are quickly going to run out of time. So hoping to create those additional opportunities for this task force to really convene and discuss some of those ideas and draft recommendations to move forward. So what we are proposing is an early October convening, kind of off cycle between meetings 5 and 6, another one in November, and then one last meeting in mid-January that will be online to really, again, discuss some of those recommendations. So we do want to kind of open this up for discussion for the group, but with that, I do want to hand it over to Hunter to really tee up our discussion that we're going to have today, taking that feedback that we heard in our last task force meeting to start to move forward into that discussion on our recommendations.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon or good morning, folks. Can I get next slide, please? For those of you, just as a quick refresher, we did discuss several items in the last TTTF meeting. We discussed transit prioritization, fare coordination, schedule coordination, and safety, security, and cleanliness. You have today in your agenda packets a staff report that really takes a synthesis of what the task force members, along with the TWG and our subject matter experts, came together with. So you have a staff report attached that just focuses on a small initial set of recommendations around transit prioritization. We are hoping to bring the items we discussed that are not transit prioritization to you in that virtual meeting in early October with another staff report that will follow. So those items are not being dropped. They are just not ready today. Next slide, please. So with that, excited to give you a set of draft recommendations. These are, again, all contained in your staff report. As Mark mentioned, we have principles, strategies, and policy recommendations. So the principle here is better service, better outcomes. That's in your staff report. That will kind of group all of these. It's the value statement we are hoping that you all will want to make for this report. We have 4 strategies. The first is standardizing, supporting, and scale transit priority infrastructure to help give us that better service. Our next one is around expediting the delivery of said transit priority infrastructure. We need more of it and faster. The third strategy is that we need to coordinate and collaborate across all of our jurisdictions, making sure that all of these different jurisdictions and operators and cities are working together to deliver that transit priority infrastructure. And finally, a thing that we heard loud and clear was the need for flexibility within state funding sources to enable the funds to be available to build out that transit priority infrastructure. So we're really excited with these sets of strategies and recommendations. They are written out in detail in both the staff report and in this presentation, so I will let you absorb that. And I will conclude, and I believe we will take public comment before we start discussion on this item.
Thank you, Hunter. For public comment, we will use the same process. So is there anyone in the audience in the room that would like to make a public comment? Seeing no hands. Rachel, is there anyone on the Zoom call that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have 2 public comments on the Zoom call. I'll start with Laura.
Hi, everybody. This is Laura Tolkoff. I'm sorry I couldn't join you all in person today. So I'm calling in with a couple of comments and questions about transit priority. In general, I think we're really pleased to see transit priority rise to the top in the conversations about transit transformation. My hope is that the task force is going to be able to articulate a really well-defined role for Caltrans and other agents of the state in supporting transit priority. That, in our view, involves cultivating excellence in planning and supporting and implementing transit priority treatments, especially across multiple jurisdictions, and achieving broader cross-cutting policy goals such as safety and more equitable access and mobility. In general, I think the strategies here are really consistent with actioning that role. A few requests that we have. The first is to really differentiate the strategies between those that are going to be most impactful, or the policy recommendations that are going to be most impactful in achieving the strategies, and really differentiating who is responsible for actioning each recommendation, the vehicle for actioning the recommendation, and the expected timeline. My sincere hope is that many of these policy recommendations can be addressed administratively to implement the transportation system that the future really demands and that the state's policy requires. And I want to note that in differentiating kind of which strategies are going to make, or recommendations are going to make the most impact, it's really important to recognize the time lag between the adoption of a recommendation and the ability to see the change on the ground, both because it takes time to build these projects, but also because it takes time to make the changes to the 4 and 10-year cycles of capital investment programming that Caltrans uses, really underscoring the need for Caltrans to act pretty decisively sooner rather than later. So I'll leave you with that. Happy to provide additional comments at a later point.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment. Just a reminder, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and wanted to endorse the things that Laura Tolkoff has just said, particularly with regard to focusing on items that will have impact, focusing on Caltrans and other state actors, and in particular, focus on the role across multiple jurisdictions. A number of the really critical transit priority corridors in the Bay Area, where I am from, cross multiple jurisdictions, and that has the potential to be, or that has been, a barrier to implementation. And so there are opportunities to improve that. Also, setting standards, combining transit and active transportation to be able to simultaneously support transit, walking, and biking, and accessibility, and also supporting what Laura said on having things be done at the administrative level where at all possible, and taking into account any new laws that have already been done and going beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no more public comments on Zoom.
We do have now in the public, it looks like 3, is that correct? 3 people that would like to make public comments. So please, sir, come on up.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Stutz, former president of Rail LA, and now special projects, director of special projects at the Transit Coalition. I'm very excited about item B1, which is the exemption or preemption of local permitting requirements for priority transit routes. I think that's incredibly important, especially as it takes so much time to deliver the public good on a lot of the projects we talk about all the time. Anything we can do to speed up delivery on these projects, please do whatever is in your power, because I think oftentimes we deliver to the public a project that's been studied, and by the time it's actually implemented, it doesn't meet the needs, because when we studied the needs, the needs have doubled by the time we actually have the project hit the ground. So the faster we can get projects out to the public, the better. The other thing I really want to say is, in terms of prioritization, please, for the highest capacity transit routes, do not leave a train sitting at a stoplight. It is the silliest thing I've ever experienced in my life to sit at a stoplight and let single passenger automobiles go by when you have a packed train. So whether it's prioritization or it needs to be taken to the next step to preemption, and just like letting the trains function the way that trains should. We all know how trains should feel when you're riding. You should be swiftly moving across the city, and it should move faster than car traffic. And please do whatever in your power to make sure that if we're going to move people onto trains, that they're able to move freely across the city and not get stuck and delayed at stoplights. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I'm Dr. Grace Peng. I'm an e-bike and transit riding mom from the beach cities. And I also got my PhD in gas phase chemical physics. And since I was grad school, I won't tell you how old I am, but it was in the 1990s, I knew that our climate change was driven by CO2 emissions. And if you look around the US CO2 budget, it was mainly from cars. So it's kind of crazy making for me to take a bus, and especially in the burbs where I've waited 30 to 60 minutes for between buses, to sit in traffic because people won't, because local jurisdictions have preempted a bike lane. And if you attend city council meetings in Hermosa Beach, which I don't recommend, they say that, no, we're not going to remove parking on PCH because what's the local benefit? Locals like to park on PCH. And so if they're that hostile to even a general transportation lane on PCH, they're extremely hostile to bus lanes and bike lanes, and they blame buses and bikes for congestion, even though I know when I drive, my car tells me my average trip speed is 13 miles in a car, same as on my e-bike. So when you're prioritizing bus lanes, well, first off, I recommend that you adopt all of these very sensible policy recommendations. And when you make a bus lane, don't do it by just high ridership. Because out in the burbs where I wait 60 minutes for a bus, make it a bus and bike lane, and I can get there before I can drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi again. My name is Kevin Dedicatoria, Chino Hills. Yes, I also work at Ontario International Airport, and it is much more feasible for me to drive than it even is to take local transit, whether I take OmniRide or I have to basically park and ride on OmniTrans. I am saying, and SBCTA is really, really limited with what they can do with their local funds under Measure 1. And I strongly advise any help from the state to implement A and SCAG to implement A through D. And San Bernardino Riverside urbanized area spends a lot less on public transit than even Metro Detroit. It is really sad, and SBCTA has a really great idea with bus rapid transit, but there's not enough funding in San Bernardino and Riverside to even implement bus rapid transit corridors. I strongly advise SCAG and the state government to any help to implement public transit to make it bikeable, walkable in the Inland Empire, to not only connect within the IE, but to the greater Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura County, because this population is a lot more mobile. And to make it, I think if anyone is from SBCTA, anyone that will listen to this, we need to find better ways to make public transportation a viable alternative, not just to help those who are disabled, those who are seniors, not those who are lower income. Because I'm someone who is in the East Valley, Pomona Valley, and I think we've been overlooked for those who live in San Bernardino and the San Bernardino Valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one more public speaker.
Hi, Bart Reed, Executive Director of the Transit Coalition. On this item of preemption, interesting idea. In the city of Los Angeles, we have two rapid transit routes. One is the E Expo line, and the other one is the G, the orange line in the San Fernando Valley. If these if exemption was there, then the city of Los Angeles, the bus across the San Fernando Valley would go 10 minutes faster from end to end. The Expo line would go 10 minutes faster because all of these lines stop at red lights. The Expo line creeps along from downtown LA once it goes through the junction, and once it goes past USC, it hits all the red lights instead of signal preemption. And as Jeremy pointed out earlier, a train with 300 or 500 people are waiting for 10 cars with 10 people in it. And what is the throughput? If we're making transit work, we've got to move 300 people a lot quicker than we're moving 10 cars. And we need to change these priority systems. And if the city of LA, we did a map that shows all the council districts. Because of it being city of LA, these two lines go through maybe 7 or 9 council districts. So everything is blocked. If Council District 10 doesn't like the idea because they want priority on Vermont or Western, and Council District number 9 doesn't like it because of Crenshaw, then we have a slow train instead of making things work. So we need to change these rules so transit has priority across the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comments for this part of the agenda.
Well, thank you again to all of the members of the public providing comments. Really appreciate that. So we'll move into our discussion of the proposed recommendations. So you see the staff recommendation before you on the screen. The staff recommendation would be to approve items on transit prioritization, items A1 through D2. What I'd like to ask is that as we have our discussion on this, I think I would like to take a motion to approve the entirety here. But as we discuss, you have a few options. 1, approve the whole list. 2, deny any items. And then if you would like to amend any items, we'd like to get your feedback there for a motion. But with that, I would like to open up the floor to comments. I see Kate and Laurel.
Thank you. This is a great start. I'd like us on B to expand that to not just infrastructure, but also to address policies. And specifically, there's things that we can do in terms of transit supportive policies to disincentivize driving, such as parking policies. Also, I know that land use has not really been a central part of this conversation, but I think we need to identify or at least include in their transit-oriented development, identifying ways to streamline the production of, to fund. And those are the 2 comments I have on B. And then on D, I think every member of this committee at one point has said, identify a new revenue source for transit. And I only see, addressing some of the challenges with our existing financial resources. And, I think everybody recognizes that we need to address the fiscal cliff, but we also need to share, or we need to increase transit revenues to improve just how we can connect with other services. And that requires, increasing our frequencies. And I think we owe it to the public as part of this process, not just to get us back to where we were during the pandemic, but also to get us way ahead of that. So I would like to, somewhere in there, and, I realize that the state is sensitive to that, but let's let the legislature at least recognize that that is a priority of this committee to identify new resources.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. Really appreciate that. And what I will say is that on a couple of those, and really good points. So with respect to transit-oriented development, we will be having a full discussion in a subsequent meeting that's really focused on kind of the land use decisions and kind of around. We'll have a lot more robust discussion around that. So I just asked you to kind of keep that in mind and bring that up in a subsequent meeting. So I don't believe we need to necessarily incorporate it here, but absolutely we will address that. And I do feel like the revenue discussion is an important one. It's obviously, challenging for us, kind of from the state perspective, but I think it is something that we need to discuss as a body here. So that will come up again in subsequent, meetings, but appreciate you, flagging that. And then let's go to Laurel.
Thanks. Laurel Petasican, Public Advocates. My comments are mostly about process. I feel quite strongly if we're going to be asked to vote on recommendations, we need to get them more in advance than like a day and a half, hopefully, next time, so that we have time to process them and also talk to other community members, to folks that we're theoretically representing on this task force. And ideally, I would love for them to also be posted online in advance of the meeting, even if that's not required by Bagley-Keene. I feel like it's a disservice to the public just to see it on a screen in order to do public comment. And then I agree with Laura about the recommendations for like a framework of thinking about how to sort of sort these and of thinking about the impact, the sort of vehicle for action, who's responsible, timeline. I think that was a great suggestion. And then another process suggestion is that I suspect these ones we might all be in agreement in, but I would like to anticipate that another option besides just adopting or denying would be sort of a like needs more work. Circle back to this one as like a potential option in the future as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do think that as we move forward for future meetings, we absolutely will try to get all of these items out to our members a little quicker. I will say, to your point about another option, as we do take a kind of hopefully a final motion to approve, if there are any items that members would like to pull from that motion, we can do that. If there are some that do need additional work, as I mentioned before, we will have lots of opportunity to touch on additional recommendations that you all might think of after the fact, or through those discussions with our subject matter experts as well as our technical working group. So I think we do have a lot more opportunity. So if there are some items where you just don't feel comfortable kind of approving today as a body, we can pull any of these items for our final motion. Carrie?
So I have 3 areas on here that I want to kind of ask some questions and make some comments on. The first is I fully agree with the comments that were already made both by the public and here about that we need to make sure that the TSP is TSP that has some real teeth, right? This is not going to be TSP. Like, we're not looking for TSP where if a bus is late, you can get back on time. We're looking for TSP where it's actually going to be used to speed these routes up, things like that. And I fully agree with the public comment that was made about rail. So I would offer up an amendment that in A1 and A2, that it does explicitly state transit signal priority and preemption, so that we can bring the idea of preemption already into here, that if we're talking about truly priority corridors, that we're not just helping a bus catch up to its schedule, we're really giving it true priority over the vehicles in the system. So that would be my first one. The second one is I almost want like a last category, and I know we're gonna go into this next about like the research for other things, but I wonder about data for all of this. Like if we almost need an E that would be about having data available about where these things should be implemented, making sure we're doing before and after studies to make sure that we're looking at the impact in various settings and situations with different infrastructure, just making sure that that piece is already here, that either that's being done internal to Caltrans or some other public agency that can truly look at these things, or that it's even being outsourced to folks like universities, because we love this kind of stuff. But it seems like we want to have some policy meet right away that we're making sure these things are happening. And then the last one that I would offer up is I'd almost like to see D2 be a little bit stronger. This idea that we're moving beyond Caltrans being a highway agency, and that we develop the true expertise. To Juan and I were just whispering back and forth about, training programs where Caltrans can actually be helping these local agencies what is best practices in designing this particular corridor, having that training and having the funding actually being moved to not building freeways, but building priority transit corridors across the entire state, even if it's on a road that's not necessarily their jurisdiction.
Great. Yeah, appreciate those comments. And then just kind of going around the room. So I have Carl, Jim, Kome, let's see, Mark, Ian, and then Eli. So let's go with Carl.
There we go. Thank you. Under B1, I would just like to recognize, it's not just issues with local permitting requirements. We need help with state permitting requirements, consolidation, expediting something. I can empathize with the doctor from the beach cities, coming from the Monterey area. We have conflicting, as many of you at Calston know, conflicting issues with other state agencies in the coastal zone, and issues of taking a parking space versus putting in room for a bus, and what is coastal access. And I would claim that a transit bus is much more coastal access than a single parking space. But there doesn't seem to be that realization within other departments outside of CalSTA. And, I know we're talking about getting into someone else's lunch, but that's what we're here for. Let's recognize that as well. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jim.
All right, you always have to have one in the crowd, right? Well, first of all, I would echo what Kate said about resources and not looking at this as a zero-sum game for transit if we're serious about this. We had a meeting of the San Francisco folks with Governor Newsom. I don't know how long it was ago, a year and a half, a couple of years ago. We were talking about the problems in the city, and at that time, we were looking up as the federal money was running out for transit, and I made the point to him that if a huge issue in San Francisco was going to be that fiscal cliff, and that the state really needed to come in with funding. I don't know how he felt about that at the time, but ultimately the state came in with funding, and he signed the bill for north of $4 billion, which has gotten us to the point where we're looking at another fiscal cliff not too much later as the state money is running out. So, I think this was, and that was SB 125, and what kind of got us here. So, I think if we're serious about improving transit in our state, we really have to prioritize it with funding. And I know this is not an easy fiscal environment that we're in, but the state has a relatively big budget, and it does come down to where you prioritize. I would kind of argue with the slate. I like a lot of the recommendations. I think a lot of them make sense. I want to be a team player on it. I believe in transit. I believe it's in the state. I think it's the state's obligation to have people spend less time being transported or transporting themselves and doing the things that they are transporting themselves to do. So, sitting in traffic jams, sitting on a bus, waiting for changes in signal, all those kinds of things are important. I think overall, I was saying to Alex, I took the VTA a couple of weeks ago to get from BART over to the Levi Stadium for a football game. And, it was really irritating to be sitting at these really long lights, to the points that have been made. On the other hand, if you're driving a car, it's irritating to wait for the train to go through, right? So, everybody wants to go faster. Everybody kind of has a right, I think, to the state of California being behind their mission to spend less time however they choose to travel. At the last meeting we had, I pointed out that despite our firm desires to see more people use transit. Over 90% of the people who take a trip don't, and they rely on their cars, and they rely on us to provide the infrastructure and the resources and the support to make that work. And I think was pointed out in this meeting, it was in Skag's presentation, it was stated in a number of different ways. We can't expect to have transit replace the automobile. Where it can work, we should make it work, and do everything we can to do that and do that well. So, this guns or butter approach that's being taken here is, let's take the resources from automobiles, let's take the lane out and make it a bus lane. Let's remove infrastructure. Let's remove resources to support car movement. Let's make those evil drivers wait longer so we can, let the good people who take transit take shorter. I'm not with that. I think, we have an infrastructure problem. We don't invest enough. We don't maintain well enough. And the kind of recommendations that take away from our ability to maintain our roads, I don't think that's in this slide, but it'll come up at some point, that, make people wait longer who are already frustrated, and need to get somewhere. I'm not on the side of that. And, I'd like to be with the group on everything, but I don't know how I'll vote on this when it comes up, but, this is my concern. I understand this is a transit advocates group, and we're here to make transit work better. I feel the best way we can do it is if the state is serious about this, let's make it a priority. Let's invest more in transit. Let's do it better. Let's increase reliability. Let's make it safe. Let's do the things that the public wants, to engage in that mode shift, and we can do that. But if we do it at the expense of most people who are just trying to get by every day, I think I think we're on a bit of a fool's errand, and politically, I don't think it will fly. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Really appreciate the comments there. I guess what I will say is that as we're thinking through these recommendations, these are still draft, kind of concepts to move forward. We will have the opportunity to really kind of refine what these look like. If any of these items, we can put it in language where appropriate, et cetera. So I think that's something where we can talk as a group once we get into kind of that early part of next year. But I'm hoping that kind of generally, conceptually, these are things that our group can move forward. But appreciate your comments. Let's move on to Kome.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, going on something Jim said about funding, I think the name of the group is Transit Transformation Task Force. I think the key to transformation, obviously, is funding. I mean, that's the key. And until we resolve to create a more robust funding structure for transit, I think all of the stuff that we're talking about will be really limited in getting any traction. So we need to think through that. There is merit and flexibility of funds that are available. That's sort of a zero sum. So you flex some funds from one mode to the other. There's only so much you can do with flexibility from that perspective. I think having a dedicated transit funding at the state level, not unlike what we have with Federal Transit Administration, which is set up specifically to fund transit, not enough, even with them. I think that's something we need to start to think about, how that will be affected. I can't tell you how it will be. I know it's a heavy lift, but I think we need to at least broach that topic. So when you look at D, I'm thinking of D as maybe limited in scope. It needs to go to a funding source. In general, as I look through the recommendations, it's hard to, for me personally, it's hard to say no to any of them. But the concern I have is I don't think we have a whole lot of depth in what we've laid out, because it doesn't really begin to talk about who does what by when. I mean, because these are very complex situations that we're dealing with. When you talk about transit signal prioritization, it implicates owner operators. Who owns the facility, who owns the infrastructure, may not be running transit. And so how do we interact with them, and how do we get that done? So we need to start to think through cradle to grave on these issues as we lay them out. Otherwise, it's just going to be, I think somebody said, fool's errand. It's going to be, I mean, it would be a really nice recommendation to make, but we'll never be able to get there until we clean up the complexity of what it takes to implement some of these policies. When you talk about statewide procurement, what entity owns that? Are we talking about Department of General Services? They already do some procurement on some smaller buses for us on the paratransit side. I think if I recall from my days, we used to use General Services for procurement, and it does help because it creates economies of scale. I think that concept really makes sense as we begin to think about electrification across the state. We need to rebuild that. We need to prop up that industry, and some kind of a coordinated procurement makes a lot of sense on so many fronts, and especially for transit prioritization. And then when I look at A1, A2, A3, it seems to me C1 is foundational to that. You need to build out those roles and responsibilities a little bit more detailed and assign and be able to actualize them before you can actually say that these things will happen. I think A2 might be one of the lowest hanging fruits. If I can look at the director here, we can call a meeting of the MUTCD and get that done pretty quickly. So that may be a low hanging fruit. So again, goes to roles and responsibilities. So I think really trying to identify who does what, and maybe some things require legislation. It would be good to sort of identify that, so we don't lay out a set of recommendations that make everybody feel happy, but we really can't get them done. So I appreciate your comment, Mark, about we're going to flesh this out. I just want to lay these concepts at for your consideration, that we need to really flesh them out, and it's about really identifying roles and responsibilities first.
Great, really appreciate that. And I guess one thing that I'll say, and this is maybe jumping ahead in the agenda, but we heard, Kome, appreciate your comments. We heard from Laura Tolkoff as well about just the need to, with any of these recommendations, identifying that responsible entity, the timeline that we're looking at, as well as the mechanism to actually effectuate that. So one thing that I might ask kind of the group to kind of raise as we get into the kind of research, components of this, maybe that's something that we can task out our technical working group to kind of go through each of these 14 items, or whatever items ultimately we vote on, to kind of dive into that in a little more detail, so that when we do bring these back, we'll have all of that information and can really decide, are those items that we believe this body should move forward in our final recommendations. So yeah, really appreciate that. So let's go to Ian, and then I've got Eli, Michael, and Alex.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let's go to Mark first, and then we'll go to Ian. And then we've got Rashidi.
First, let me say a couple things before I go through my specific recommendations. There's probably a lot of folks in this room who don't know who I am, and if they do think they know who I am, they think I'm a highway promoter, because I worked for Transportation California. I was one of the designers of SB1. So I've got that background, but you don't know that going back to the 80s, when I worked on budgets, I helped protect the public transportation account against thievery by the legislature to help balance budgets. I've worked on transit. I've helped form the public transportation account from throughout the years, and we were part of the group that negotiated with Senator Wiener on how to put it together in SB1, so that we doubled transit funding in that package. So that's my background. I feel like I'm more of a centrist in all this, and I currently represent several transit agencies. I'll leave it at that. I'm not prepared to vote for this en masse at this point in time. I take what you said, Mark, the most recent commentary very well, and think that there is a lot of work that needs to be done on some of these recommendations, not just on whether they would work or not, but on just defining what the statement is meaning, so it is able to be voted on and acted on in a knowledgeable sort of way. I'll just cite a couple of these. B3, by right on the state highway system. Oh my gosh. It's tempting, but we don't know the implications. There are safety implications because the state owns the right, will own the right of way if you're going to build something on that facility. There's liability issues. And the liability budget within the Caltrans budget is blowing up each year, and we'll just be adding to that. There are other aspects to it that we would, I think we would all benefit by looking at how would you define what the by right parameters would be. The next one I would mention would be the C3, which deals with using shop money. I would just caution folks at this point in time, the transportation industry has been negotiating with Senator Kopp on this very issue. They finally withdrew their opposition because they got to a point where you can define and the state can have better control of how the decision making is made in how much shop money goes into transit each year. So I think it's a very delicate balance, and I think some of the folks who are on one side, if they saw this proposed now, would be alarmed at what why would we negotiate with the senator on one bill that does exactly what is needed here, and to see a little bit barren language describing it in a different way. And I think the last comment really gets to the overall funding. I think adding funding to the State Department, maybe even the commission, and maybe even your organization or even CARB, to help design some of these transit programs is great. I don't think we can afford it right now. So I think that needs more exhaustive examination. So at that point, I'll stop. I kind of agree in conclusion with Comey's last couple statements that we just need more details. And I just fear if we put it off and we don't pull them out and set them aside for more examination, some folks will start to read the minutes and get become alarmed. And that's all I can say. Thank you. And I didn't realize I had my phone off.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. And I guess just with respect to your comments, if we do, I guess, take a motion to approve, are there particular items? I know you mentioned B3 and C3 that you'd like to, dive into a little more. I mean, I will say, generally, again, these would be, draft recommendations, that we will build out in more detail as we move forward. These can ultimately take a different form when we move into kind of that January, February timeline. So there will be a lot more opportunity at that stage as a group to decide, what, this, item really isn't, something that, we're ready to move forward with based on, that more detailed conversation that we'll have. But I would at least like to, kind of move a lot of these forward as concepts that we can continue to kind of build out as we move forward. But if there are some that just certain members are, uneasy about, have discomfort, we can, always propose a motion to approve, 14 items less B3, C3, for example. So that is something that we can, talk about, just throwing that out there for the broader group.
May I just quickly respond to that? Would an alternative be to cite the ones that were asked to have cited in a vote? Say, I vote for all 14 except B3, but leave B3 on your list, put an asterisk saying it's going off to the extra review process, something like that. So it's not taking it out completely. It's just noting that there is some way to note that there's more work to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I think, definitely we can, kind of work through that. I'd like to get through the other comments. We can come back to that before we ultimately act as a body here. But let's go to Ian.
Yeah, I'm broadly supportive of the entire list, and I agree with the process, suggestion of my seems right to approve things in concept and then to expect them to be refined and more fully fleshed out at future meetings, and not to sort of hold the whole list, like to hold back on moving these things forward at this opportunity. I would offer the one principle that I would love to see strengthened. I'd be open to it just having an asterisk for now and maybe being looked at in further detail or amended today if there's agreement on that, but I think it might take more discussion, is A3, and it seems, nowhere in this, as I'm interpreting it, are we establishing what are the performance guidelines or expectations for transit that runs on state highways. There's a lot of language about encouraging treatments, encouraging TSP, developing TSP standards, but what are those situations where it's merited? Where what is the expectation with state funded or operated highways of how quickly, how much congestion, or what's the level of service expected for transit? So I think that would go along with A3. I think you could even amend the last sentence to say, ensure that the state highway network can be used by transit riders, including establish performance guidelines for transit that runs on state highways. But that's not a deal breaker for me. I'd be happy to approve the list without that, but I think it could be strengthened if we just sort of were clearer that that's one of the things we want to be developed at a statewide level. And of course, regions could develop even higher standards. It wouldn't prevent any part of the state from developing their own standards as well.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that. Let's go to Eli.
Yeah, thank you, Eli Littman, Move LA. Mark, it was great riding the train with you this morning. Thanks for joining. And it's great to hear that there's some negotiation and a deal being worked out on this stuff. That's fantastic. And I agree, liability is a huge, huge issue. But unfortunately, we're continuing to go in the wrong direction. We got more and more deaths in the state. We had last year in Los Angeles more deaths than homicides on our streets, and so we have to fix that. And our liabilities only get bigger unless we address that and fix that with better facilities for people to cross, walking, biking, scooting, and wheelchairs, that type of stuff. So I think we need to address the liability issue. I agree, but I think we may disagree on how to do that. And then I want to agree too with Mr. Wonderman and Mr. Ajise. It's not a zero sum game, and I think Kate brought this up as well. We got to fight for those dollars. As we speak, I'm sitting on a form from Caltrans about what our priorities should be for federal advocacy for California's transportation system with the next infrastructure bill, which is coming up in 2 years. And the questions are what's your top priority? And I think we should all fill out the form and say funding, funding, funding. That conversation is already being had by Caltrans, right? We need to remember that $45 billion is coming to the state through the infrastructure bill, and that we should be asking for even more. And that's a way for us to find more funding. And then Carrie had a great point about we're all for B1 through B4. Yes, we're very supportive of those. Carrie talked about kind of how do we inspire sort of better planners, better folks on these teams. And it just reminds me of what Darren was saying, CEO of Metrolink was saying on our tour about how he wants to bring the best people to his team to do the best work. And I love this idea of a tiger team because Director Tavares, this is something where the best planners are going to be yeah, I want to be on that BRT team, right? And really fight to be on that team and go across the state and do really cool projects. And I think that's a way to get the best planners from the schools to kind of come and say, hey, we want to do this work. So I'm really excited about that recommendation. And then lastly, I would just say for A5, I'd like to add and other violations to this, just because in New York State, they actually have a law that says other violations like double parking and parking in a bike lane is also something that that can be discouraged with these camera technologies. So if we can just add other violations, it could be a little bit broader. I think it would mean our our transit lanes are clear. People are not double parking, for instance, with streetcars. I saw this in Washington, D.C., and then bike lanes. Thanks.
Right. Let's go to Michael, then Alex, then Rashidi, and then Juan.
All right. So I'm Michael Pimentel, Executive Director of the California Transit Association. Thank you for putting together this list of recommendations. I would say that I'm generally supportive of the direction that is expressed in this list, and would note that 8 out of the 14 recommendations do call back to recommendations that we had offered to the task force at the June meeting. So thank you. On substance, I do want to second a few remarks that were made by other task force members, in particular with regards to operations funding, the need for that to be a priority as we're talking about how do we prioritize transit. Yes, we want to prioritize it within our infrastructure considerations, but also too within our funding considerations as a state. And I've heard clearly from CalSTA staff that's part of the conversation that we will have, maybe not specific to this area, but did want to make sure that I'm seconding that. And then also did want to just note that much like we talk about permitting at the local level, to second Carl's remark, we often have issues within other state agencies, departments, boards, and commissions that stymie the progress of good projects. And so certainly we need to be considering how do we reform those processes to make sure that we're moving in the same direction. Now, one thing that I did want to explore a bit is with regards to recommendation A3. Again, this does call back pretty significantly to what we had elevated ourselves as an association, but there's one element of the recommendation that we had made that is noticeably absent from this, which is bus on shoulder. And I don't know if that is to be assumed as part of the consideration when we talk about transit priority within the state highway system, but I would note that if that is what is in part intended, we should be clear in stating it. As you all know, we as an association run legislation several times over to try to establish a bus on shoulder program at the state level. Every time it has been killed, every time it has been killed by a department within this agency. And so one of the things we want to focus on here is the reality that there are a dozen other states in the union that have had bus on shoulder projects and programs in place for now over 30 years. And for whatever reason, we are the exceptional case to not allow for this with the purported concern of safety, which again, I would note a dozen other states have seemingly solved. And so how do we get past that recalcitrance and move that forward at the state level? We've got very clear pilot projects that have been successful. We need to see that brought into a broader statewide program. In that same breath, one of the things that I would note, it's subject of a sponsored bill by 2 of the association's member organizations. One of them is sitting to my left, regarding the role of CHP in policing and ensuring safety on public transit vehicles. We have a situation right now where public transit buses are pulled into way stations. That is something that specifically undermines transit prioritization and gets people to second guess whether or not they're going to take a commuter bus from suburban areas of the Bay Area into the urban downtown cores. And so that's something that we should be exploring as part of this process. That's not to say undermine the safety functions. We want to respect it, but we need to find alternative processes to be able to ensure CHP has its authorities that are unimpeded, but that we also recognize the role of public transit in moving people. And then finally on process, we'll second Laurel's remarks about providing the resources as early as possible. We too take a long time to put out materials, so completely understand this is not a slight in any sense, just recognizing all of us are responding to constituencies. I've got an internal advisory committee that informs my positions. Having more time would allow us to have more fuller conversations on those. And then to pick up on what Laura had mentioned with regards to some of the specificity that could be provided in terms of identification of leads and mechanisms, I think all of that is good consideration as well, but would stipulate, I understand at this point we're evaluating a draft. There will be several iterations from here, but seeing that type of detail would be critical. The final point that I'll make on process is at this stage of reviewing a draft, I think it would be helpful to see the source or the origin of the recommendation. That doesn't need to be specific as to the individual party, like SCAG or MTC, but rather should identify at least, is this something that bubbled clearly from the task force? Was this an idea from the TWG or the SME? Sometimes it might be multiple, but to just delineate that so that when we're seeing recommendations, we can recall what was subject to discussion at this task force level already, what might require some further review, some further due diligence by the task force moving forward. And so that concludes my general remarks on this front. Would say that, my support for this, the direction is very much, I think, in line with others' support in concept. I think the direction is good, and everything that's been presented is clearly moving in the right direction. There may just be some areas that we want to further refine as we move this forward for full inclusion in the final report or revised draft, whatever comes next. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Michael. Let's go to Alex, then Rashidi, Juan, and Laurel.
Thank you. I'll be brief because I'm going to echo some of the comments we've already heard. Again, appreciate you putting this together and bringing these recommendations. I, too, think that the process is important. And my understanding is maybe that the technical working group didn't get to review this, and I really think that would be helpful next time so that we can, maybe even do more than just in concept. That said, obviously I support the strategies. I do have questions on some of the policy recommendations, but I would be prepared to support these in concept. But I do think that one thing should be added, and it was mentioned by several people, is some note, even, in concept, to identify new resources. So I don't know if that's an adjustment to D, but I think it's really important to do. So that'd be one thing I would like to see in the motion. And then I guess the other thing I would say is just that I agree on a lot of the other comments about the need to highlight kind of the impact of some of these and the importance of kind of roles and responsibilities. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Rashidi.
Good afternoon. Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. I want to just add one little piece to C2 specifically. In Contra Costa County, we have our Contra Costa County Transportation Authority. They're working on a transit corridor plan. MTC is working on a transit corridor plan. My point being is that I would also ask that maybe MPOs, counties are also included in this working group so that the plans that are better coordinated. For smaller operators, it may be difficult to be a part of each one of those individual plans when your county may differ from what the local MPO is providing or the state.
Great, yeah, thanks. Juan, then Laurel.
Thank you. Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. I really appreciate the comprehensive approach that these recommendations take. You have multiple layers from permitting, procurement, administrative to engineering. It's like all layered in. We've had a lot of comments about funding as a committee, and that's one of the areas I study is transportation finance and governance. And I know we've been asked to suspend the idea that there's scarcity, but there is scarcity of resources available. There's been a lot of allusions to the need for more funding, and I hear that. I think as a task force, this set of priorities are the only ones that we're considering that have a potential to reduce costs for transit operators. So I think if, in concept, if we work this out, all of the details, we could probably expect a single-digit percentage reduction overall statewide in the cost per vehicle revenue mile to offer service, and probably double-digit percentage reductions in cost per unlinked passenger trip, which is great. Like if you have that opportunity to do that, that helps you carry more people, and with the same amount of money. And so I think that that's great. The other thing that it does, so that's on the operating side. The other thing that it does is it creates a new type of capital project, right? Right now, if you want a high quality transit corridor that you're not worried about getting stuck in congestion, you really want it to serve people well, your options are dedicated right of way grade separation at, hundreds of millions a mile, or a long and prolonged fight with multiple jurisdictions to try to have some version of what this would enable. And you're asking agencies to absorb the risks, the costs, the timeline, fighting with local communities, neighborhood councils, to try to make that happen in order to benefit riders. And this creates the third option, which is some certainty that if you approach a project that fits these guidelines, that you'll be able to have a fairly low cost capital project that is going to operate at a lower cost per vehicle revenue mile because of the service efficiencies we have here. And I think that is where these recommendations, 5 years, 10 years down the line, are really going to have an impact as enabling that third type of project that doesn't require billions of dollars or a protracted local fight. And so that's why I was really excited to see the comprehensiveness of this. And I totally support it in concept. I agree that there are likely liability and other issues to work out, but I see this as a foundation for all of our other discussions about those resources, those land use linkages. And I really think, supporting this will create momentum for those other discussions that we're going to have.
Yeah, thanks, Juan. Really appreciate those comments, and I do think that a lot of the topics that we talked about last task force meeting, in addition to transit prioritization, talking about fare coordination, schedule coordination, all of those kind of fit that same model that I think you just touched on. Let's go to Laurel.
Thank you, Undersecretary. This is a comprehensive list. It's a lot to take in, so I appreciate that you've recognized that we will have more opportunity to dive into it more and to modify and add to it. I'm fairly supportive of the recommendations in concept and the themes that are presented, but I do really want to understand the parameters and the implications of each of them more. There's one, C2, also caught my eye. I think the coordination and collaboration with the local jurisdictions, because they have land use authority, is something that is going to be extremely important. C2, I think there just needs to be more teeth, whether it's C2 or it's something that's added in under Section C. I feel like there needs to be an action of like developing some type of incentive to get local cities and jurisdictions to the table. We already meet with a lot of the cities and the transit agencies in various forums, committees, and we talk about how great, transit is in general. And, added to that could be concepts like TSP, but there really isn't an incentive to get them to the table, or at least we don't really have one. And I don't know exactly what that incentive would be. That would have to be something that we would have to dive into, but definitely not anything financial that would take away from our limited resources already. Something that, will get them to really engage with us up front, I think is going to be extremely important. The other aspect too that I also wanted to ask about, and maybe it will be discussed further, is in the draft report, there's mention, and I think it was also included in one of the slides earlier, there's mention of interviews that were held with subject matter experts. I'd like to learn more information on what those interviews included. I think it's, Michael mentioned it, but the sources of where the recommendations are coming from, I think is going to be important to make sure that they're representative of the different jurisdictions and the demographics that we have.
Great. No, thank you. And then let's go to Michael.
Oh, my question was just, I don't anticipate
with this discussion a motion to approve these. So I just wanted to ask, just procedurally, how would we be handling the things that people brought up today on this list?
Yeah, so what I'd like to be able to do is, I think, just given the discussion, if we can, rather than taking all 14 at once, maybe breaking them into the categories A, B, C, and D. And then what I'd like to also propose, as we kind of get to that, portion once the discussion's over, I may propose actually a modified kind of recommendation that does reflect some of the feedback here. I think there's certain items that we will likely have to kind of table and take, down the line in a subsequent meeting. But I think there's some items that probably we could, as a group, just add or kind of amend the items. So I'd like to be able to do that as we move forward. Obviously, any of our members have the opportunity to modify and adjust as well. But I'll kind of propose as we go through each group A, B, C, and D, maybe some slight modifications based on what we just heard. Kome.
Yeah, I think Michael raised a great point. I think there is a little bit of a struggle to approve, if you use the word approve, the 14. I just feel some discomfort in doing that, not because the tenor of the topics are off. I think they're generally, I think you heard everybody generally feels like this is trending in the right direction. I think there's more information to be had. And so what if we considered a motion that adopts this recommendations for further consideration, so they're fleshed out further? There are a couple of them that I wouldn't know what they mean. For example, rather than say take them off, I'd rather have somebody spend some more time looking into them and convince me that it actually means what it's supposed to do. So that's the approach I'm thinking we probably need to spend some more offline time on to sort of build on them. And some issues with liability has been talked about. We should not just walk past that, and I think we should be able to inform this group about what that means and why it still makes sense to take the risk to move forward, even with the liability looming. So I just wonder if a motion is appropriate to speak to. These are a good starting point for recommendations. We need to spend some more time fleshing them out. I don't think they're as easy as some think in terms of implementing. I think Laurel makes the point. A lot of this improvements will happen on local streets and roads. Many of them are not necessarily tied to the transit operator that's in the corridor. And so how do you incentivize that conversation? So I think there's some conversation to be had on how these will be affected. And so I'm willing to make a motion to move forward with the 14 with further information to come back so this group can then flesh out what exactly moves forward. We may not take all 14 forward, but at least we'll spend some more time learning more about them.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I guess, what I will say is just based on the feedback here, just, knowing that a lot of these, do need kind of further clarity, further probably building out of the concept just so everyone's very clear on what the final, will look like. I would maybe propose that as we take an action, we will adopt, whatever motion that we take, we will adopt for further development of a final recommendation. So folks, can get comfortable with kind of that concept that we will adopt for further, development. We will have another opportunity to weigh in on each of these in addition to any other actions that we take as we move forward in our, I think it's our, January or February meeting. So lots of opportunities still to weigh in. But I would like to, at least move these forward for that further development. So folks can coalesce around that. I think that's how we, might be able to move forward. We can definitely memorialize that language in the minutes, just to be clear that these aren't, the final, recommendations. We'll have more opportunity to build them out. But are there any other comments before I possibly propose a motion related to, or propose a recommendation related to A? Right. So seeing none, what I would like to do is take up a recommendation for A1 through 5 with several modifications. So I will like to kind of move a recommendation forward, modifying A1 and 2 to also include transit signal priority and preemption based on comments that we heard. I'd like to modify A3 to also incorporate performance standards. I think for the conversations around bus on shoulder as well as way stations, we will kind of push those to a subsequent meeting to discuss in more detail. But I think I would like to, recommend, we approve A1 through 5 with the modifications that I just discussed, adding preemption to 1 and 2, and then adding performance standards to 3, and actually, sorry, one more, adding and other violations to 5. Any questions on what I just outlined? Otherwise, I would like to ask for a motion.
So move.
Seconded by Mark. So let's call the roll. And again, I will kind of read through just to make sure everyone's clear on what we are kind of voting on. So these are adopting concepts A1 through A5 for further development towards a final recommendation. And we will modify A1 and 2 to include not only transit signal priority, but preemption. We will modify A3 to include performance standards, and we'll modify A5 to add the language and other violations. Please call the roll.
Kome Ajise.
Aye.
Rashidi Barnes.
Aye.
Alex Bockelman.
Aye.
Ian Griffiths.
Aye.
Amy Hance.
Yes.
James Lindsay.
Yes.
Eli Littman.
Yes.
Juan Matute.
Yes.
Kate Miller.
Yes.
Laurel Molaluna.
Yes.
Seamus Murphy.
Yes.
Laurel Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Michael Pimentel.
Yes.
Robert Powers.
Yes.
Carl Sidoric.
Yes.
Tony Tavares.
Yes.
Mark Tollefson.
Aye.
Michael Turner.
Yes.
Carrie Watkins.
Yes.
Mark Watts.
Yes.
Jim Wonderman.
Yeah, I abstain.
Abstain. You.
Right, that motion passes. For our next action, I would like to bring forward items B1 through B4 with one modification with respect to language. So for B1, we will add state in addition to local permitting requirements. And then I will just flag for B3 that we would like to develop that a little further, looking into issues of liability. So again, B1 will be modified to include state permitting in addition to local permitting. And we will flag that for B3, we want to dive deeper into some of the possible liability concerns. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it, but I would like to include language that says includes transit supported policies as well at the city and state level, because it feels like it's very focused on infrastructure.
And then, Kate, just to make sure I'm clear, would that be in general with respect to how we're framing the strategy of expediting delivery?
Right. I think you could just call in, expedite delivery of transit supportive infrastructure and policies, and I think that would cover it.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a second. So really quickly, just to kind of reframe what we're taking action on. So we will change B, expediting delivery of transit supportive infrastructure and strategies. We will be adding state permitting to B1, and we will further develop B3 to particularly focus on potential liability issues associated with that. Call the roll.
Kome Ajise.
Aye.
Rashidi Barnes.
Aye.
Alex Bockelman.
Aye.
Ian Griffiths.
Aye.
Amy Hance.
Yes.
James Lindsay.
Yes.
Eli Littman,
Yes.
Juan Matute,
Yes.
Kate Miller,
Yes.
Laurel Mo Luna,
Yes.
Seamus Murphy,
Yes.
Laurel Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Michael Pimentel,
Yes.
Robert Powers,
Yes.
Carl Sidoric,
Yes.
Tony Tavares,
Yes.
Mark Tollefson,
Yes.
Michael Turner,
Yes.
Carrie Watkins,
Yes.
Mark Watts,
Not voting.
abstain, Jim Wonderman,
Yeah, abstain.
abstain. Great. Thank you.
Okay. That motion passes. All right, so let's move on to our next recommendation. So I'd like to take up C1 through C3. I'd like to make one modification to this for C2, adding MPOs as well as counties. And then I would like to, just again, these are all adopting for further development towards that final recommendation, but also looking into the implications of C3 on shop dollars. So with that, can I get a motion?
Motion.
Have a motion?
Second.
Second.
A second? Great.
Kome Ajise,
Aye.
Rashidi Barnes,
Aye.
Alex Bockelman,
Aye.
Ian Griffiths,
Aye.
Amy Hance,
Yes.
James Lindsay,
Yes.
Eli Littman,
Yes.
Juan Matute,
Yes.
Kate Miller,
Yes.
Laurel Mo Luna,
Yes.
Seamus Murphy,
Yes.
Laurel Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Michael Pimentel,
Yes.
Robert Powers,
Yes.
Carl Sidoric,
Yes.
Tony Tavares,
Yes.
Mark Tollefson,
Yes.
Michael Turner,
Yes.
Carrie Watkins,
Yes.
Mark Watts,
Yes.
Jim Wonderman.
Abstain.
Great. That motion passes. All right, and then our last item here, we'd like to take up D1 and D2. I appreciate all of the conversation around kind of revenue sources, new resources. I think at least for today, I'd like to approve D1 and D2 as is, and then we will take up that conversation around, again, new resources, additional, kind of revenue sources in latter, meetings as we move forward as a task force. But could I get a motion to approve D1 and D2 as is in the staff report?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Please call the roll.
Kome Ajise,
Aye.
Rashidi Barnes,
Aye.
Alex Bockelman,
Abstain.
Ian Griffiths,
Aye.
Amy Hance,
Yes.
James Lindsay,
Yes.
Eli Littman,
Yes.
Juan Matute,
Yes.
Kate Miller,
Yes.
Laurel Mo Luna,
Yes.
Seamus Murphy,
Yes.
Laurel Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Michael Pimentel,
Yes.
Robert Powers,
Yes.
Carl Sidoric,
Yes.
Tony Tavares,
Yes.
Mark Tollefson,
Yes.
Michael Turner,
Yes.
Carrie Watkins,
Yes.
Mark Watts,
No.
Jim Wonderman.
Abstain.
Motion passes. Well, I really appreciate the discussion. I think this is a lot of good feedback for us as we move forward into kind of subsequent actions that we'll kind of bring forward to this task force. I think a few things that we heard, just a little more probably meat on the bones as we really develop the recommendations if we can. Otherwise, we'll continue to kind of approve these as actions for further development as we get towards those final recommendations. And then we will absolutely take into consideration to the extent possible to get all of these recommendations out to this group sooner than what we did this last time. But with that, I know we've had a really robust discussion. What I would like to do is actually go ahead and take our 30-minute lunch break at this time. So we're at about 12:48, 12:47. So I would like us to come back around maybe 1:15, give or take a few minutes. And with that, we will take our break for lunch. Really appreciate it. Great. Thanks, everyone. We'll get started with the remainder of our agenda. Really appreciate the discussion this morning. Thought we made a lot of good progress, lots of great feedback from the team here. So we'll go ahead and move back through our agenda. And I know we are well over time of where we ultimately needed to be to kind of get us out on time. So what I would like to do, I'd like to propose for this particular item, our discussion of research plan and analysis. We absolutely want to hear from our members of items that, we think need further, kind of deep dives into. A lot of great feedback around our sets of recommendations, kind of thinking through responsible entity timeline, the mechanism, again, a little more detail associated with those. So happy to kind of have our technical working group and our team here with the state and our consultant team to really dive, deeper into those. But what I'd like to propose here to allow us to stay on track is that if there are any of those research topics that you would like the team to dive into as we move forward, particularly related to any of those tasks that we have or items that we have within SB 125 that we have to tackle in subsequent meetings, if you could just kind of reach out to us separately offline and kind of flow those our way. And we can also decide we can pick up, this kind of research plan and analysis topic later as well. We also do have the opportunity for any of our task force members to reach out, and we can do kind of subject matter expert interviews in between meetings if there are particular items that you'd like us to focus on, particular issues that you'd like to really kind of express your opinions on, that you're unable to do so kind of based on the agenda items that we have here. So definitely want to offer that up to folks as well. But I will kind of pass it over to Chad or Hunter if there's any additional items that you'd like to kind of tee up with that before we get into a quick public comment and then dive into our next agenda item.
All right, if we go to the next slide, please. Can we get the next slide if we get a chance? If not, you all can see it in your packet. Thank you. Just for your orientation, as we've been discussing in these recommendations, we've been focused on Section F of the Senate Bill 125 requirements for the task force. What we have here is the Section E. These are items where the legislature has asked for findings on particular or asked for particular findings on certain questions that they've had along with the governor's office. So you can see those on your left. So we have services provided by transit agencies, an overview of all the existing funding sources. We know funding for transit agencies is complex, so we've been conducting a large number of subject matter experts interviews in our surveying budgets, but do want to make sure we are adequately capturing all of these items. We are also asked to look into funding the use of monies for transportation funds for other modes, such as streets as roads, and the cost to operate, maintain, and provide for the future growth of the transit system for the next 10 years. We also have several other items, so to the next slide, such as the cost and operational impacts of federal, state, and local mandates, these workforce development, retention, and recruitment challenges that somewhat mirror what we have. Just to give you an idea of what we're going to be doing, we have here lined up the objective for the analysis that we're going to be conducting and, the description and then the sources. So this is where we are looking for your feedback on, should we modify these analyses? Should we do different, look for other sources, and, touch on that. And then to our last slide, next slide. And again, these are the final set of requirements from Senate Bill 125, identifying what state departments have oversight of agencies, how services were modified in impact to COVID-19, and finally, the division of transit funding between capital and operations. So these are what is going to be part of the research plan for the non-recommendation source portion of the report. Thank you. Let's go to public comment, I believe. Next slide.
Thank you, Hunter. Because we are running short in the meeting time, the chair has elected to limit public comments from 2 minutes to 1 minute. And in addition, however, in the agenda, you will find an email address for SB 125. So if you can, transit@calsta.ca.gov. If you cannot finish your comments in the 1 minute, you're always welcome to submit them through the email address. So with that, I'll first ask anyone in the room, in our room, any public in the room, would you like to make a comment? Seeing nobody in the room, Rachel, is anyone on public comment?
Yes, we have one raised hand virtually. I'll go ahead and unmute Adina, and just a reminder, you have 1 minute.
Okay, can you hear me? So Adina Levin, 2 points. It will be, although these are non-recommendation items, it will be useful in the process to connect these to things that may result in recommendations. And I want to call out a few of them, including the cost and relative needs for capital and operations, which relates to the relatively short support of operations versus capital in California, where there may be conclusions. And then 1E1 and 1E5 that talk about serving various populations and meeting mandates, where that logically would cover the needs of people with disabilities and seniors and the cost to address ADA requirements. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public comments on Zoom.
Public comment. No more public comments in the room, so we'll get started on the agenda. Thank you.
So yeah, as mentioned, for those of you who have items or staff or folks you in the industry who you believe would be a good source for us to interview for any of these research plan items, please, I know some of you have already sent that, but please take a look at this and send that to us as soon as possible so we can reach out. You are welcome to also include yourself as a SME for a particular topic.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Hunter. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead. Oh, sorry.
I'm not offering myself, but just a quick question. I didn't understand how we're supposed to provide this feedback.
We'll be taking feedback asynchronously via the SB 125 email inbox.
Got it. Thank you.
Can I ask just like a time-sensitive one, which is about the crossover with SB 1121, where I know that the CTC staff is looking for the data by the mid-September. So I'm wondering if y'all are going to be able to provide it or by then, or what the coordination is with the folks working on that process.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think that's something that, we'll definitely, want to plug in, kind of our team, kind of with that process as well, to hopefully, be able to provide some of that information and make sure that, we're not running, really parallel efforts with it. So appreciate that comment, and we'll, be mindful of that as we move forward. Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go to Alex.
One very brief comment, and I was going to ask very much the same question that Laurel did. Michael Pimentel with the California Transit Association. The other thing I just wanted to note on the cost and operational impacts of federal, state, and local mandates. When we had worked with the legislature on crafting the language of 125, one of the things this was specifically intended to look at is the ZE transition. And so one of the things that I would encourage is just further conversations with CARB to scope the impacts of the innovative clean transit regulation, the in-use locomotive regulation, the commercial harbor craft regulation, and to lean on their existing process. They've got a comprehensive review that's scoping a lot of this data already that can be fertile ground for just turnkey data. They are also in the process, or they have already collected from many of the agencies zero emission transition plans that retain a lot of the information specific to the bus transition. Not complete, but a good starting point. I'll probably want to follow up and have some further conversations on this.
Okay. Yeah, great feedback. Let's go to Alex, then Jim, and then Rashidi.
I was looking specifically at 1E4, and when I look at the sources, NTD, BLS, EIA, I don't know. I just was sort of scratching my head on that in terms of that being the source of cost to operate, maintain, and provide for future growth, and especially in looking at funding gaps. And I feel that maybe the statewide thing that Laurel mentioned, plus California Transit Association, plus the MPOs, I think, are doing a lot of work in the space. So I guess I was just concerned. I know you have a TBD, but it does feel like you're missing a lot of work in that space. So just wanted to highlight that.
We can definitely incorporate and add that to the sources we review.
All right, let's go to Jim.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering if there was some opportunity here to analyze the impacts of concerns around transit safety. For the person who testified a little earlier today about how her feelings, and this is something that we see a lot in the Bay Area. How much is concern about safety causing a decline in ridership, decline in revenue, and so forth, and how much money gets spent on safety, in what ways? I guess what can we do about it? Question.
Yeah, and that's a topic I know that we had touched on last meeting, but I think in terms of kind of the work between meetings, that is something that our technical working group can dive into and just really highlight the amount that all of our transit operators are spending towards safety and security.
Thank you.
Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. For a small operator, we don't have funds to have a dedicated police force. So when we talk about safety, I think that it's important for us to better understand what we're talking about. Having a safe system, are we talking about for our operators? Are we talking about having police force on every bus? So I just think that when we have this conversation with regards to safety, we need to drill down on what we're trying to get a better understanding of. And the reason why I bring it up is because it's only so much that, from my opinion, that someone like Bob can do where he transverses multiple counties. And if a county, for example, doesn't have funding or removes funding to support mental health, but those people walk onto our vehicles and become a problem, the perception is now it's a BART problem. It's a safety issue on BART. And that's just my perception from a small operator. So I would also ask that we study what the individual counties have done in terms of funding for to address homelessness, mental health, things like that. And if those funds have been withdrawn recently due to the pandemic or what have you, did that help or increase or help to see the uptick, I should say, in violent crimes, things like that, that we see not only on public transit, but just on the various streets that we operate in?
Great, thanks. And then let's go to Kome.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate Rashidi's point. I think that's an area of research. What the socioeconomic issues that we're dealing with in a community might have in terms of impact on transit and transit perceptions of transit safety. I think Alex touched on this. I think we're missing a big source of information if we don't look at the regional plans. There's a regional and long-range plans that are done, have a measure of rigor to them that I think maybe folks don't understand. But it's probably a good place to have some input into the research work that's proposed. But my real question is, maybe I'm the only one. I'm not sure where this fits. What we just the title of non-recommendation focused. I'm not sure I follow what it means and what we need to do with it. And the reason I bring that up, just for clarification, is some of these items actually are important to the discussion we had earlier on about recommendations. So, yes. So it would seem to me this might be some, precursors to that conversation, where we need to do some research to inform some of those recommendations. So I'm trying to figure out what the connections are.
So this portion of SB 125 is focused on information that was requested around, these different areas and, findings that could be made. You can make observations off of this. You can have findings. You can even have them inform the other recommendations that we come up with. So the way we're trying to handle this is to agree on what we need to present information on, and very much agree that that could connect to some of the other areas in which we're developing recommendations, and might even be precursor data that's needed for some of those other discussions to reach their full set of conclusions. So we will try to draw those linkages, and we'd welcome any of you to do that as well, where you see a particular part of the research effort as helpful in formulating a recommendation or addressing one of the other issues. But we tried to kind of categorize these as areas where we're mainly developing information that was requested in the law, and then making it part of the report, and then the question of like what findings, what analysis do you do off of that, and does it help you form some of your recommendations? That's definitely the next step after this. But we want to make sure that we're working on this the right way, and that's why we're trying to bring this to you without having lots of time for the discussion right now.
All right. Well, appreciate the brief discussion, and thank you for allowing us to kind of move through that item fairly quickly. But if there are any questions or comments that you want to provide, please again send those through the SB 125 email box. Could we move to the next slide? So let's go ahead and move to item 6, which are workforce opportunities in the public transportation industry. And I will turn it over to Hunter to lead us off.
All right, thank you once again. Good afternoon. Just to start, can we get the next slide, please? We just have some brief context setting slides before the discussion today on workforce opportunities in the industry. One thing that, just in terms of how big is this industry, you can see there are about 33,000 people who work in our bus and rail industry across the state, and that has been growing consistently across the board for the last decade and a half, which has been exciting to hear. Next slide, please. We have sort of grouped the challenges in workforce into 3 broad categories to guide today's discussion. The first being recruitment. In 2022, nationally, the vacancy rate for bus operators was 17%, and even 10% for mechanics. So looking at a 1 in 10 or almost 1 in 20 or 1 in 5, excuse me, let me get that right. Vacancy challenge has been huge, and the need to recruit and grow our industry has been a challenge. Additionally, turnover has continued to grow in California. Turnover had increased by 40% since 2010, reaching a 9% turnover year over year in 2022. And then finally, I think this is very much front of mind for many folks, but with a aging transit workforce, there's the need to generate. There's a need to create that next generation of transit agency, the transit agency workforce for those high road jobs that we have. Next slide, please. So again, working with our TWG, we identified some of the initiatives that agencies are undertaking in the recruitment, retention, and development space. We've got those highlighted below. I won't go through each of them, but you can read through, and we can add some additional color if you have any questions during our discussion. Next slide, please. And then one thing we really wanted to focus on in today's discussion was how can the state help support agencies in developing our workforce pipeline, increasing recruitment, retention, and development across the board, and building out those high-rev jobs of the future. Some examples that were brought up during the TWG and SME interviews were expediting commercial driver's license approval by providing additional trainers, increasing safety guardrails for frontline employees, providing subsidized services for housing and childcare to improve retention, and then finally working with both our CSUs, UCs, which I know are represented on this task force, to encourage upskilling in various certification programs along with our community colleges. And then also the California Workforce Development Board has a number of programs that can help with in terms of education and training programs. Next slide, please. So going into the TWG, some of the observations we heard about in recruitment was that there is a real mismatch between the job characteristics and preferences between the current pool of job seekers, and some suggestions from them that you can read through. We saw that there were high barriers to entry to join the transit industry, and reducing those barriers to entry would allow more folks to make it through the recruitment pipeline and get jobs with our agencies. And then finally, the compensation packaging and compensation issues, especially in high cost of living locations, was a challenge in recruitment. Next slide. The TWG, when talking about retention, identified 3 major themes. One is poor on-the-job experiences, items such as perceived or actual safety issues, critical amenities such as bathrooms affects retention often more than pay itself. Obviously, high cost of living came up here again, and then also roles are not necessarily tailored to different demographics, and increasing, there might be different preferences across an entire workforce, and enabling more options may increase retention. Let's go to the next slide. Finally, with development, one observation from the TWG is there are a lot of really great training programs out there, but they're not necessarily as well developed and standardized across the board. Another observation was that as the workforce continues to age, the lack of knowledge transfer and mentorship impacts long-term career pathways. We heard from a particular SPE interview where you often have situations of where one manager might have hundreds of staff in their direct chain of command, so you don't necessarily have that key development link in the agencies. And then finally, we heard a large amount around how workforce needs are changing in response to technical trends. Mainly the transition to zero-emission vehicles is really affecting the needs and what we need from our mechanic workforce, and specifically how we can better connect our transit agencies with community colleges to focus on these emerging skill requirements for EV was one thing that the TWG discussed extensively. With that, I will turn it over to the next slide and public comments.
Thank you, Hunter. So public comments in our meeting room. Does anyone have a public comment they'd like to give? I see one hand raised. I see 2 hands raised. 2 public comments. So go ahead, go on up, please. And just as a reminder, it's 1 minute per public comment, and I will provide a 10-second warning when your time is up. So go ahead. You cannot. I'm sorry. That's part of it's in the packet in the agenda that's not allowed.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Stutz, Director of Special Projects with the Transit Coalition. I am also an entertainment industry worker. And while we talk about jobs, I think we don't talk enough in our region about how entertainment is suffering, and that transit can provide an option for flexible employment for creative workers. There is a tremendous opportunity for me as an actor to step into a customer service role and present a smiling, friendly face with a lot of not extensive training. And I think these are things that we can explore more across the region. Transit has the ability to be the hero for an entire community of workers right now that are suffering. And I think we can think more creatively along the lines of how we can work together with technically proficient, intelligent, capable human beings who really need employment right now. So thank you so much for allowing me to share that concern with you. And I hope we can continue those discussions.
Thank you very much. And our second public speaker. Sir, did you want to, did you still want to speak? Did you have any more comments? Thank you. That concludes any public comments in the meeting room itself. Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
There are currently no raised hands. I'll pause for a moment to see if anybody would like to make a public comment. Nope, none on Zoom. Thank you.
Continue on with the agenda.
All right, let's go to the next slide. To tee up the discussion here, we've got 4, discussions, questions for the task force to consider, including observations regarding the current state of our workforce that need to be addressed. What potential ideas and programs and initiatives have you seen? how the state can best support, and really how can these policies and programs be implemented at scale across California.
Any comments from the group? Let's go Juan, then Carl.
So I think I like seeing a lot of these questions here. One of my newer roles is UCLA has a federal center on new mobility and automated vehicles, and I've been connecting with people nationally who are looking at automation in transit, which is not mentioned here, but is likely to be introduced in other states, not California, in ways that can reduce some of the burdens of an operator. So if you think there's different levels of automation, if you think there's a level 3 where it enhances safety, it reduces fatigue. So that's automatic emergency braking, like following, lane keeping assist. But that is on a continuum that leads potentially to replacement. And so it takes a really sensitive discussion to think about how these technologies that could potentially reduce some of the burdens on the workforce in the short run, making it a less stressful and fatiguing job, may fit in within California, and there are other states that will adopt before California, and then what that means for the long term, because it wouldn't be the same vehicle that's capable of driving itself that has this advanced capabilities, but there will be vehicles in the future that do that. And so it's very sensitive, but there are some potential short-term pros. I don't think that this is something that this group can discuss and resolve today, but I didn't see it in the list, and it is a big, huge issue that is emerging on a federal scale.
All right, thanks, Juan. Let's go to Carl, then Eli, then James, then Carrie.
Thank you. What I've noticed over my career is a length of time that it takes from recruitment to getting someone certified behind the wheel as a driver in service. It takes too long. Some of that has to do, where can the state perhaps help? It's providing resources for background checks, for the drug testing process, for all of that. If that can be streamlined, because we're each running our own separate programs here. Some of us have more resources than others to do it well. There's a lot of recreating similar systems all around the state, a lot of duplication of effort. The other thing is the amount of behind the wheel time training to get someone safe. That requires a vehicle and resources taken off the road and put into the training program. So many of the larger agencies have access to vehicle simulation technology that can be used to move that forward. Smaller agencies like Rashidi and I, we don't hire enough to have to offset that capital cost every day. But if there could be a pool of vehicle simulator technologies that could be drop shipped, arranged, logistically set up. So maybe one day it goes to Monterey, maybe one day it goes out to Antioch or to Paso Robles or to Visalia. We can all take advantage of a state investment that helps us streamline and get that throughput faster. And that might keep people engaged in the process that we lose along the way because we can't get them into their full-time job quick enough. Thanks.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. Yeah, thanks, Carl. Let's go to Eli.
Yeah, hi, Eli Lippman with Move LA. Yes, a couple of things here. The testing is definitely been an issue. We worked to push USDOT to change the testing protocol from a pee test to a saliva test, and we're still fighting HHS to certify 2 testing centers in the country so that we can actually use that test, and we just haven't gotten anywhere with that. So trying to figure that out would be very good. I kind of wish that Metro staff had done a presentation on their recruitment and retention effort program too, because that's been phenomenally successful. Metro, I think, has the seed school is like the first transit high school in the country potentially. And they did a huge bonus program, recruitment program. A very successful part of that program was having a whole recruitment program in Spanish only. And we went from basically having a backlog or a need for 1,200 operators to not having a deficit, essentially. I mean, I've talked with the COO and he said, we're okay. Our recruitment's on track. So looking at that, at what they were able to do has been a good model. And the housing is really critical, right? I mean, I've talked with operators who will drive 2 hours to their job, then operate the bus for 6 hours and then sleep in their car because it's just too dangerous for them to drive home, or it just doesn't make sense. They can't even get enough sleep. And so we proposed a motion, or we proposed an amendment to a motion that included adding some workforce housing in the Metro plan to build a lot more housing, particularly using Metro property. So like, could we build housing for operators above a bus yard or next to a rail yard, using those properties so that they can just walk to work? I know that SFMTA is doing a project in the Bay Area, the Potrero, a lot, and we actually connected them together so that they're working together and figuring out, but there are some like challenges from doing that at the state level. And so if the state can be a partner in helping expedite that and figuring out some of the legal challenges with that, that could be a really like great model that we couldn't actually find any across the country of somebody else who is doing it. We could be doing that model and be leading on that here to really provide as a benefit of being an operator as part of the recruitment process. Hey, we can offer you subsidized housing, or we can offer you a spot in one of these housing places where you don't need to drive 2 hours to your location. You can literally just walk downstairs. That would be game changer, I think. So.
Great, thanks. Let's go to James.
Great, thank you. Just as workforce development is very important to my constituents for sure. It definitely is better when you're partnered with the union on the property, if that is the case. I know the infrastructure bill that the feds passed a few years back provides a lot more money in developing workforce development if there is that partnership. So I don't know if the state might want to look at that process to include workforce development, because the people that are doing the job are probably the best ones to develop what needs are needing to be met. And Eli, just as an employee of a transit agency, I wouldn't want to live anywhere near where I work, because the supervisors are going to be knocking on my door and wanting me to come to work, and I don't know. It just, thank you.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, get out of bed. It's like your mom, right? Get out of bed, get to work. Good point.
All right, let's go to Carrie. Then we'll go Mark, Michael, Rashidi, and Kate.
So I noticed the UC CSU piece in the development here. What I would say is I don't know how helpful we would be on the operator or mechanic side of things, but I think there's a whole section of workforce development that is creating the people in this room where we would be excellent partners, making sure that at the universities we have transit courses like the one that I teach, so that if somebody has a different background and finds themselves working in this industry, that they have the base understanding of how operations work, how you design for transit, these various functions. So I would just elevate that as almost like a separate issue, because I think the core here is really about those operators and the mechanics. And I understand that is a huge problem, but I don't know that we're going to do much in training in that area. But there's a ton that we can do and helping people, move from various degrees into the transportation world, or specifically training on what is transit when someone finds themselves in transportation.
All right, Mark.
Hi, Mark Watts. Taking on the challenge, what are ways the state can support what I'm about to talk to? I'm aware in Northern California, there's a county transportation agency that is administering and overseeing something they call Gomentum Station, which is an autonomous vehicle test facility that is not just light duty, but some heavy duty. And it has worldwide customers. It's being done in concert with AAA of Northern California for the management of the process. And now the authority on their own has decided, and they're trying to work into this, that they would like to develop an AV workforce training center there as well for the future of maintenance and repair of autonomous vehicles of all stripes. And so the bottom line is, where could the state come in? If they could come in and help them with structure of how to do that, how to get it off the ground, and maybe even funding. So that's a task they've given me this fall to come up with a game plan. So I thought I'd lay it on this whole group here. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I think having that kind of autonomous workforce development, there are potentials in the future for transit in the AV world, as I'm starting to learn. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. I think that conversation will probably be almost larger than what we can tackle in this group, but yeah, definitely something that we need to be mindful of. Let's go to Michael.
Right, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this issue. So through the association, we did prepare a series of recommendations that I'd want to just speak to in block. I'll note that most of them relate to workforce recruitment, but there is some overlay with retention and development. And so as we begin the conversation, some of this is spoken to in the TWG notes. We believe that this conversation on recruitment and retention ought to start with continued focus on the safety and cleanliness of our systems. The last meeting, we had a pretty robust conversation about the various policy enablers that we can move to advance safety for all folks that are on our systems, whether they be the operators or rather the riders. But in this case, we have seen that with regards to recruitment, it is harder to recruit folks when they're hearing the news stories, when they're seeing the realities of what it means to operate public transit in this state. And of course, that does have an impact on our ability to retain folks. If they have a bad incident with a member of the public, that individual may cycle out of employment with the transit agency. And so certainly there are things that we can be doing proactively to bring additional folks into the pipeline. But unless we're addressing that safety consideration, a lot of these initiatives are going to be for naught. Where I'm going to pivot to, though, is on the recruitment end, something that was spoken to in brief, Hunter. I think you mentioned it in the overview, and that is with regards to commercial driver's licensing. One of the things that we continue to face as an industry are slow processing times and limited availability for CDL testing at DMV. And so we have heard from a number of our agencies, a lot of them in suburban or rural areas of the state, who say, in order for us to get an appointment, we have often got to book months in advance. We often have to shuttle our recruits to a different city, and oftentimes we'll go there and we'll find that our appointment was canceled. And so those types of instances lead to a drain on resources for the agency, lead to those recruits finding themselves in a position of limbo, and many of them will cycle out of wanting to work for a transit agency because there's a lack of certainty that they're going to get their CDL and they're going to actually be able to get behind the wheel. And so finding ways to address that limitation through more DMV field offices having CDL testing capacity would be one thing that can be pursued through this body. The other would be to increase the hours of operations, which would allow for us to have more appointments available. At the same time, that's a focus on DMV. There is work that our agencies can be doing in-house. There's a federally authorized program called the Employer Testing Program. It's authorized under FMCSA regulations, and that allows for the agency to do the testing in-house. The problem that exists with that program is that there is a requirement that the transit agency and the specific trainer conduct 10 tests in a year in order to remain certified under that program. For a lot of the small agencies, maintaining that examiner's certification is a difficult thing. And the ways that you could get around that would be by bringing online options that are already authorized under FMCSA guidelines that for whatever reason DMV has chosen not to actuate. One of them is for ride-alongs. And so if you have an examiner who is at risk of losing their certification, you can, under those regulations, request that a DMV examiner ride alongside yours and verify that they know what it is that they're doing. And that can allow you to maintain your certification for an additional year. And because DMV doesn't allow for that, we have a situation where the only way that you can maintain your certification is by hitting that 10 test threshold. And so one of the things we would be asking for is for DMV to do what other states do and allow for that type of ride-along activity to take place. The other thing that we would recommend in that same breath is with regards to this 10 test requirement. It is the case at this stage that every agency that wants to have the ETP in-house has to have an examiner themselves who has been certified. We would request that DMV find the flexibility to allow for agencies in a region to pair together to have one examiner who can service multiple agencies within the region, and that would allow them to meet the 10 test requirement and not require every individual agency to have an examiner on hand. And so this is just a matter of being efficient within existing resources. And then finally, this is more on the development end, would say that we are supportive of finding additional state resources to support the transit agencies in establishing training and apprenticeship programs alongside their partners in labor. And so we have seen a number of agencies get resources through the Labor Workforce and Development Agency, I think specifically the California Workforce Development Board, but the resources that are provided are still relatively minor. I was talking to one general manager who said, we have an existing high road jobs partnership project that has been successful at the operator level. We would like to build into a maintenance program. We need $150,000 to bring that together. That is a type of resource that in theory could be provided by the state, and it's a win across the board. It delivers on high road jobs, helps transit agency meet recruitment needs, and helps get labor into lines of employment. And so that's one area where we'd like to see higher levels of funding, more consistent funding, and leave it less subject to kind of competitive solicitations that provide more steady resources to the agency. So that concludes our comments from the association.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. A lot of kind of great feedback there, and definitely some things that we can reach back out and work with our partner agencies in the labor and workforce development area, as well as with the DMV. Let's go to Rashidi.
Thank you. Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. I just want to touch on what Carrie brought up about the university space and some of their inabilities, not in a negative way, just where they specialize and what they can and cannot train, or who they train. I'm a product of San Jose State Mineta Transportation Institute, and so maybe some of the funding that we're talking about could go to helping programs like that are here in California that are focusing on folks like myself who want to continue to progress in this industry. So that's something I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention. Secondly, the cost for curriculum, the cost to build the curriculum for, let's say, a hydrogen fuel cell program or a battery technician program, that costs a lot of money, and agencies don't have that money, and so maybe the state can help fund the creation of those curriculums through a partnership with a local university or college. And shameless plug here, I sit on the board for the California Transit Training Consortium. And that's one of the things that we're trying to figure out. How are we going to continue to sustain the level of training that we have provided, specifically in the mechanic workforce? We talk a lot about the operators, but the mechanic workforce also has been impacted. This program that I'm talking about, it was created in 2004 by Jim Ditch from Long Beach Transit. His focus was on recruitment and retention and upscaling of the maintenance workforce as we transition to zero emission vehicles. So there are programs out there that work with College of Alameda, Los Medanos College, Cerritos College, LA Trade Tech. So there's already programs set that we are working with to funnel those folks from those colleges to a transit authority. And then lastly, someone talked about this, but helping to set up regional training centers for mechanics will be also helpful as well. If, once again, in Contra Costa County, we have 3 transit agencies, if we're able to build or train our mechanics on how to maintain hydrogen fuel cell buses, for example, that will be a benefit to us all. And that's a way for us to upscale our workforce and hopefully retain them as we move forward.
Yeah, thanks, Rashidi. Great feedback there. Let's go to Kate and then Jim.
Thank you. This area is really easy to point out all the challenges and super hard to come up with solutions that we can actually accomplish. So, living in an area like Napa, where actually there is a lot of low-income people, the housing costs are just cost prohibitive. A transit operator cannot afford to live where they work. And a couple of the things that might be okay, but then I hear what our member from ATU said about not wanting to live near your supervisor. And I do acknowledge that as being an issue. I don't want to live near my supervisor either. But one thing that might help is I think most of our transit maintenance facilities are kind of in industrial areas, and maybe some, cities or municipalities, counties could relax some of the zoning, and that affordable housing can be, at least if it's just temporary. So that's one idea. The other thing is the restroom thing is a challenge. And we are trying to build facilities at our park and rides. And it would be good if it was easier, if the city made it easier for us to bring plumbing to those facilities. Again, was more of a partner around making that happen as opposed to another hurdle. And then the other thing, and I don't know how to handle this at all, but I think this happens to all of us in the outer skirts of the Bay Area. We train our operators and then they get poached by the bigger systems that pay more. And I don't know how to control that. Other than more money. I don't know if you heard me say that earlier. We could pay them more. So, but it's a problem. And so maybe a collective type training, coordinated, and like Rashidi said, like how we train our mechanics, keep them up to date on their training, especially as these technologies are continuing to advance. Having some, state program there would be helpful.
Great, thanks, Kate. Let's go to Jim.
Yeah, thanks. I thought Jim Wonderman, Bear at council usually, but I'll wear my other hat as the chair of the San Francisco Bay Ferry for most of this. And I think the comment on training mechanics, we had a program at Bear at council when we found we had a distinct shortage of airline mechanics a few years ago, and we got a number of the airlines to come together, and there was quite a number of jobs. And by running that program, we were able to keep more mechanic services at Bay Area airports rather than having the work done in South America or other places. So I think that's a real opportunity. At SF Bay Ferry, we're going through a transition from diesel ferries to zero emission ferries. So we have a big event tomorrow in Oakland with Secretary Granholm and Senator Padilla and maybe Governor Newsom. Certainly it'll be a large crowd to talk about hydrogen, because we're testing a hydrogen ferry called the Sea Change. Now, if we can make that serviceable, it's hard to get hydrogen and manage hydrogen, and then the vessel itself is unknown, since it's the first hydrogen vessel in the world for passengers. It's the only one that has this technology. So if we were able to develop that, there'll be a whole new need for people who can work on a vessel like that, whether it's in the mechanics or the folks who work on the vessel itself. And then we're out with an RFP for 5 battery electric vessels that we expect to put into service by 2026. And no one in the United States has ever made a battery electric vessel like this. So if you wanted to get a vessel like this, you'd have to go to another country, except you can't go to another country because the Jones Act and various other federal rules would preclude it. So we have to create the technology and the ability in our country to do this. And we'd like to create that in the Bay Area, or at least in California, because no one has the edge on us. If you ride one of our vessels today, it's likely to have been created in the state of Washington, and it creates a lot of economic benefit for the state of Washington. And I've often said, since people pay tolls to support the ferry system for the most part, we should have a thank you. The state of Washington thanks you every time somebody pays a toll, because a lot of money is getting transferred. But in this case, we might have the opportunity, if we really put our minds to it, to actually recreate the maritime industry in the Bay Area, which was the mainstay of business in the Bay Area if you turn the clock back about 70 years or so. So, and we lost that industry to other places, but we could get it back. And it doesn't just apply to ferries. It's the maritime industry in general that produces somewhere between 3 and 8% of the greenhouse gases in the world, depending who you ask. So, I think the state of, and I've talked to folks at GoBiz, and I think it would be a really useful. This on the economic development side. I think there's a really big opportunity to train up people so that we could potentially lead that industry, which is a nascent industry at that point. We have created a group called the Working Waterfront Coalition, just because we're growing our ferry system, and a lot, just as was said about transit operators, where a lot of the folks who are operating the vessels today are aging out. So we're growing the system. We're going to see a lot of retirements. So we're going to need to train a lot of new folks, and they're going to all need to be trained. All the folks who've been operating these diesel vessels for a long time, we're going to have to be retrained to operate the electric ones. And again, I think it goes beyond just ferries. I think this is a transition. Your administration is making happen. So I think the state should really be serious about partnering with us on how to see that through, and take advantage of this sea change. That's the name of the boat tomorrow that's occurring.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I think you bring up some really good points, especially about that transition, as we're thinking about new technologies, moving from diesel, moving from internal combustion engines to hydrogen, battery electric, EVs, all of that. So points well taken. Just curious, did want to follow up on one point that you brought up. So on the program that you referenced from a few years ago with respect to airline pilots, was that done just in direct coordination with the airlines, or was that something you worked through local workforce development boards? Or
Yeah, it was primarily with Alaska and United Airlines. So they were the ones who, each one of those airlines had an operation in the Bay Area. It had a couple of operations, and we were helping work people through it wasn't only just training, it's licensure. There's a number of issues that made it difficult that we were trying to help work through for people.
Yeah, appreciate that. And Carl, and then Bob.
Sorry to take another bite here, but some conversations come up that sparked an idea. we're talking a lot about the vehicle maintenance side of the zero emission and the electrical. And I don't know if there's some role the state can play in partnership with our utilities, but getting the infrastructure in place is a huge challenge for us. And whether it's the electricians, the folks putting in the transformers, the linemen, that whole aspect of it, and in addition to our vehicle maintenance side of it, there just needs to be a whole lot of training and workforce development in this whole field, in that infrastructure that supports us, in addition to what it takes for us to do the day-to-day thing. Because before we can even get there, it's taken years and years to get the basic infrastructure in. So I don't know what sort of there is there, but we need to be thinking a little bit outside of just our industry and think about who's supporting us and how do we make that happen faster as well. That might even fall into that whole permitting discussion as well. Before, when we've talked about state, I don't know if we really considered outside the state agencies, but the utilities and whatever we call those things, extra governmental. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I really appreciate you bringing that up because, yeah, it is really the entire ecosystem that we need to address. So I know, oftentimes we'll just kind of focus on what's in front of us, but it is kind of those, other associated kind of workforce issues as well as infrastructure. Bob.
Yeah, Mr. Undersecretary Bob Powers Bart. Hey, on that third bullet there, the ways the state could best support. I can see in my head you as the undersecretary turning your marketing team loose, the state's marketing team, the whole group of them, and I can see two campaigns, and one is for transit workers in general, a statewide campaign for transit workers, and it can be independent of agency. It doesn't have to say BART. It doesn't have to say Tri-Delta. It doesn't have to say LA Metro. It can be transit workers, and it can be operators, mechanics, and the benefits of that. And it could be a whole statewide campaign on that. And then the complementary one, Mr. Undersecretary, would be that similar campaign for law enforcement. And the law enforcement would be both for sworn officers, ambassadors, crisis intervention specialists, and that would be a statewide campaign too. And that would be independent of transit operator. I mean, I have a 300 member sworn officer group. I have a chief I have all that. So, but every agency out there is short officers, ambassadors, CSIs. So let's just use Rashidi as an example. He would benefit, and BART would benefit, the Bay Area would benefit if the Contra Costa sheriffs, were fully staffed, right? On sworn officers, ambassadors, and CISs. And so would BART. I'm short on sworn officers, and so is everybody around this table in their jurisdiction, right? It doesn't matter, city of Oakland, city of San Francisco, city of LA, they're short officers, ambassadors, crisis intervention specialists, and that would help. And it would translate into ridership and the perception of safety and all of that. So, I mean, as I listen to this, I could see these two marketing campaigns led by the state with the state's resources in hand right now.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Any other hands? Any other comments from the broader task force? All right.
Late here. I couldn't resist. I think Bob's point just struck a chord with me in the sense that we need to be a little more strategic about this, maybe more so than we have been. There's an opportunity to create a whole different industry in the state. I think Jim talked about going to GoBiz. We have real manufacturing in Sacramento that's growing. It's booming because there is demand. Siemens was a small plant just serving Sacramento RTD because of Buy America. They located there. Now they're building rail cars for the entire country, including Amtrak. There's an opportunity here to start thinking about this being more than, the workforce is more than just operators and mechanics, but the whole complex of serving this new transit transformation that we're talking about, which is clean and green and more of it. So I just thought that maybe that's more than this task force can handle, but it just seems like we shouldn't limit this concept of transformation to where it might be, reviving what used to be an industry that we may have had. I think we were just talking earlier on about BYD used to be in Lancaster. We're losing electric bus manufacturers because we can't seem to sustain the market given the high cost of startup and the high cost of the initial production. But I mean, this is something I feel like the state, the size of California, would probably be the only one in the country that could probably be the one to initiate something like this and make it stick, and we can serve the rest of the country in this green revolution we're talking about.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and definitely kind of adjacent to the conversations we're having here, but absolutely a huge opportunity before us. So yeah, appreciate that. All right, if there's no other comments, I think we can probably move on to our next item. Next slide, please. All right, so agenda item 7, TDA reform for transit operations. Turn it over to Chad to tee us up.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So we are in the first meeting of many in which the topic of TDA reform will be included. And today we're looking at primarily the issues involving operations and the impact of the TDA on operations, as well as how it can better be structured to support and improve operations. We will continue to come back on other topics, such as how it affects capital projects and other items in future meetings. And so this is not our only chance to discuss this topic. I think most of the folks here in the room have a good sense of what the TDA is. But if you go to the next slide, I'd like to give just a quick overview. And this is, obviously not all the detail, but it's some that is relevant. The TDA was created in the 1970s when transit was transitioning from private to public. And at the time, the state focus was on sustainable funding of service, and it created two funds: the local transportation fund, distributed by population, and the state transit assistance account, which is distributed by a mix of population and the operating revenues used in the service to support the services. The two of the most familiar items here are that transit operators have to meet fare box recovery ratios and vehicle revenue hour efficiency requirements, and cost per vehicle revenue hour. And if those are not met, except for the time periods where we've had, some of these things exempt during the pandemic, there have been restrictions on using the funds for operating purposes if thresholds were not met. Overall, I think if I go to the next slide here, there is a broader context where we pulled some of this data, and if you look at how operating and capital expenditures are across the state, across agencies, across all modes, the majority of the money is used for vehicle operations and then vehicle facility maintenance, G&A, and so forth. The rest of it, the funds used for vehicle operations is higher on buses than in rail. I don't think that would surprise anybody. And then the CapEx here, recently there's been a higher amount used for expansion, and the rest of the funding has been used for maintenance, kind of a similar level, but there's been some higher amounts of money available and awarded to California agencies through federal and other sources and state sources as well, and that has led to a bit more money on expansion in 2022, as you see on this chart. But overall, the split between CapEx to expand and maintain has been relatively stable, with half going to expansion, half going to maintain existing networks. Let's go on to the next slide. And this is really just teeing up a conversation that we want to have with all of you and to get your initial ideas. During our technical working group meeting, some of the observations about the TDA today and how it could better support and improve operators kind of categorized into three main types of observations. First, focusing on metrics like fare box recovery ratio may cause unintended negative consequences for service delivery and innovation. Second, administrative requirements within the TDA put a high burden on transit agencies, particularly those that are smaller, and the penalties in the TDA make long-term funding less predictable. Many suggestions were made on how the TDA could better support and improve operations, including adjusting the metrics used to be more ridership and service oriented, reconsidering the need for metric-based requirements at all, actions to reduce the administrative burden, and amending penalties for enforcement mechanisms. So that is the kind of high-level summary. There's a number of suggestions here that were made. I'm not going to read them to you. You can see them in your slide deck. But what we'd first like to do is open to public comment and then get into a discussion after that.
Thank you, Chad. All right, the public comment portion is right now. Would anyone in the room like to make a public comment? Yes, I see two hands up. Come on up, please. And then just come on up over here, and just as a reminder, 1 minute.
Good afternoon, committee members. What an inspirational conversation today. Thank you. My name is Diana Kotler. I'm the CEO for the Anaheim Transportation Network. We're a small transit operator right here in Southern California. We are on the precipice of becoming one of the first zero-emission transit agencies in the state of California. We're planning to do it by 2026, by the time we welcome the Olympics here in Los Angeles, in the greater Los Angeles region. We are also part of the Cal ITP project. We see the importance of unified fare structure and unified opportunities for individuals to use transit across our beautiful state. The reason actually we're here today is because this inspirational conversation and aspirational conversation we're having today precludes certain small transit operators, over 40 of us in Southern California, from participating in this conversation. And we're precluded from that because of the language and the structure of the TDA. And we're asking for your guidance, continuous conversations to allow and to streamline some of those TDA requirements and statutory language in order to allow for smaller operators that came into this fold after TDA was established. With that, again, thank you for continuing conversations, and we'll sure to have future discussion with you on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, please.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Sebastián Andrés Hernández with Pasadena Transit. As well, I'm here on behalf of the Alliance of Local Transit Operators, an alliance of over 40 transit operators in LA County that does not receive TDA. Our primary source of funding is sales tax in LA County. As state priorities come up, reliable sources for us does not include TDA. It's all sales tax for competitive grant applications. These agencies, for example, must transition to zero emission and are required to and have to address the increase in capital and operating costs. And I believe that I don't believe all of our public transit agencies will survive the transition with the current setup of funding. So we ask you to look at ways to ensure that all available state resources flow down to all public transit operators, in the state of California. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have another public speaker.
Hello, Phoebe, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. Just wanted to make a quick comment on my support towards replacing the fare box recovery ratio with some sort of other metric. The fare box recovery ratio isn't a very great metric for ridership or even the number of paying riders for a system, just because not everyone can afford higher fares relative to operating costs in a region doesn't mean that transit isn't beneficial to the riders in that region.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the room with a public comment, Rachel, do you have anyone has their hand up for a public comment on the Zoom call?
Yes, we have 2 raised hands, so we'll start with our first raised hand and I'll unmute Colin.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Colin Fisk. I'm with the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities based in Humboldt County on the North Coast. And I wanted to speak in favor of eliminating the fare box recovery ratio and also advocate for removing the provision that allows some counties to divert some of the LTF funds to road work rather than transit, which ends up being a significant problem in some of the rural counties. So we really need as much of the funding for transit to get to transit as possible, as well as much flexibility as possible so we can provide the service that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more raised hands. I'll go to our next one, Dina.
Dina, go ahead, please.
Oh, excellent. I see that I'm unmuted. Wanted to agree with the previous speakers in terms of looking forward to the discussion about moving away from the unhelpful fare box recovery metric. And also, as the previous speaker said, to reform the unmet needs process where funds can be used for non-transit purposes. And I would suggest looking at standards for what kind of transit should be provided to have some kind of an more objective look before funding would be able to be repurposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to our next raised hand and I'll unmute Marissa.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marissa Ayala. I'm a regular transit rider in Los Angeles, and I'm also a member of the ACT LA Coalition. I'm also asking and encouraging phasing out the use of fare box recovery ratio as a metric. I understand this was sort of intended to be potentially a proxy for ridership, but I don't think it's a particularly strong proxy. Across the state, there's so much variation in how transit systems operate and how they're funded. For example, we have systems like BART that are almost entirely funded by ridership, whereas in Los Angeles, fares make up actually a really small share of Metro's funding because the majority is coming from local measures. So I would advocate for a more meaningful metric and actually looking at ridership. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public comments on Zoom.
There are no more public comments in the meeting room, so we will continue on with the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's go on to the next slide. We're going to go ahead and have a discussion here in the room. We have one slide more. We have 3 primary questions teed up here for the discussion. How does TDA currently affect and influence operations, both negatively and positively? How could the TDA be changed to better support and improve operations? And what are the best metrics to report on improvement in operational performance? So we'd like to open this up to discussion and start getting some ideas out there that can be later turned into recommendations.
Sure. So TDA is, obviously a key funding source. And I do think in small areas where it's challenging to meet the fare box recovery and the threat of taking those revenues away, it seems like a counterintuitive to supporting transit, especially in rural and some of the suburban areas. The other thing is that it undermines, it compromises the ability to subsidize transit reducing or eliminating fares for low-income people, which also seems counter to some of our mission. In my mind, the best approach is to have a sort of benchmarking process as part of the audit that you would compare your system to a comparable system of same size. And if there's some outliers, then the audit could include some sort of PIP program to improve how a system operates. And that to me makes the most sense. And it would evaluate a number of different metrics rather than just focusing on one. And it would also allow you to look at your system in context of what other systems are doing. And I think that has it's much more meritorious in its ability to be able to actually make improvements and understand what's feasible, what's more the responsibility of the transit system, and rather than some sort of external force. So that is the one key thing that I wanted to say about that, I think. Yeah.
Eli?
Yeah, I think, I think we need to think a little bit bigger picture about TDA. This is very sort of like focused on metrics. And as we've been talking before about like how do we expand the bot and find news sources? How do we make it easier for counties or transit agencies because this is my understanding of TDA is it has to be passed through the local level first and then goes through the state. Again, maybe I've got that wrong. No? Okay. There's some money that comes from local. It's complicated, is what I've learned. But I do think for our organization, and we did a whole white paper, or we did some research on the unmet needs because we wanted to understand what was happening with this unmet need clause, which allows certain areas to basically declare there's no unmet transportation need and then divert that money to not other transportation purposes. And we were really frustrated to see that just in a couple of the agencies that we saw, there was tens of millions of dollars every year and potentially more. And actually, I'd love to have this task force work on and do an analysis of how much money is going through the unmet needs process. There's no like state database right now that says, okay, every agency has a different process essentially on how the unmet needs are set. It just kind of defines, oh, you have to have a public meeting, which I found out here in LA County, nobody attended the public meeting. I wonder why. And how much money statewide is being diverted from the unmet needs from operations of transportation would be an interesting number to find out. And how do we then the question becomes, how do we reform that? And I'll just give one example of where this is, I think, being abused in our perspective. In the same week where the LA Metro Board passed a resolution of unmet need and $50 million went to cities, counties, local agencies to repair roads, that same area and agency, and I heard the folks from Pasadena right here saying, hey, we have some unmet needs, but that same area at the same week, at the same time, the board voted to reduce 2 lines of service because they didn't have enough money for operations. So something is not working here. If you're declaring an unmet need and yet reducing operations on a transit line. So we have to figure this out. We have to really reform this, and we'd like to see much more aggressive action on it.
Okay, we're going to go Kome and then Michael and then Carl.
That came up quickly. Yeah, I think this might be one of the easier ones to contemplate, the idea of moving to a better metric. And I was trying to think through what's the best metric to report with. We've been talking about getting rid of the fare box recovery ratio for a long time. Everybody seems to think it's kind of counterproductive, but maybe something along the lines of something that levels the playing field, where it's a per capita index, service mile per capita, for example, which would sort of allow you to see how well you're serving the population that is your catchment area, for example. Maybe something like that. I'm I'm not suggesting that's the best, but it's got to be along the lines of how can we rate our operations in transit across the board to see how we're penetrating with the service that we have. So along those lines. And I'm one for just trying to actually measure what we're trying to accomplish as opposed to using proxies. And we tend to do a lot of proxy measurement. If the real deal is to see how much choice we're providing in modal options in our system, then let's look for something that allows us to measure how much choice we have, and then we're better able to address the shortfalls or the gaps that we're trying to meet. So that would be something to sort of think through, and I appreciate what Eli said about the unmet needs process. It'd be good to know how much exactly under Article 8 is going to local streets and roads, because I think there's some legend to that. There might be some areas that absolutely rely on it. I don't want to necessarily say, it's a foregone conclusion that everything should, all that should be done away with. I think we need to understand actually how that operates, and there might be parts of it's a big state and it's so diverse. We might find that there are some areas where absolutely there's a need to continue that. I'm not suggesting that's the case, but I don't want to be so blasé about how this is going on.
Go to Michael and then to Carl. All right, and thank you. And I think this is one of the issues where we found some pretty quick consensus and shared ideas, shared conversations. I'm just going to tick through what it is that we prepared as an association. A lot of it is in alignment with what you've heard already. And so starting with fare box recovery, like others have said, we too would like to see that eliminated as a primary performance measure for TDA, specifically the local transportation fund. But I did want to also acknowledge that there is a twin measure that exists and that provides for the performance for state transit assistance, and it's the operating cost per revenue vehicle hour requirement. And so much like we want to see fare box recovery eliminated as a performance measure, we want to see that operating cost per hour requirement eliminated for STA. The mechanics of it are much the same. You report, you don't meet those thresholds, you see reductions in what it is that you can use, or reductions in the flexibility of those resources between capital and operations. And we think that given what has become expanded charters for public transit, that these really cost containment measures are no longer germane for this conversation, what public transit should be in the future. As part of that consideration, the financial penalties that are associated with it should fall out alongside those performance measures. But we'd also say that as we move toward a different structure, whatever it becomes, we shouldn't seek to put into place similar financial penalties that say if you don't meet certain thresholds, you as transit agencies get less funding, or you get funding that is more limited to specific end uses. Now, speaking prospectively into what is it we can maybe advance instead, one of the areas where we thought it would be appropriate to really build into is to leverage the existing data reporting that agencies are already compliant with. You can think of, for example, the reporting to the Federal Transit Administration through the National Transit Database, and using that as the way of providing reports and data to the state of California, so you have visibility into what is that we're funding, what we're getting for that funding. And we can have, in essence, a longitudinal data set so you can see how things migrate or change over time. Now, in terms of the actual oversight and the accountability for the transit agencies, TDA already has within it a triennial performance audit, and we would just stipulate use that. That is already being conducted. The agencies are being evaluated on their performance as a system, and there are findings that are associated with those audits. And they make recommendations for what can be improved. Rather than reinvent the wheel, use what is already in TDA and follow through with the findings that it directs. Now, there are two other things that we want to touch on that branch away from fare box recovery and accountability, and really that come down to the uses of TDA. One of them was spoken to already by a number of parties, and that's with regards to the unmet needs process and what it is that TDA can fund. TDA was established primarily as a public transit funding program. We say limit the program to rail and transit, and use that as then one way of addressing what we know are unmet needs for transit agencies across the state, unmet needs that exist for just basic operations, but certainly unmet needs for all the state, local, federal mandates that we're under as agencies. Every single agency in the state has an unmet need in order to transition to zero emission technologies. I don't know why that's not acknowledged. That is something we would put on the table for consideration. The final thing that we have is something that hasn't been mentioned, and that is within TDA, there is, and for LTF specifically, what's known as a claimant priority order, and that speaks to the order of operations in theory that a region can apply in directing their funding. Now, currently, it has as higher priority rail over transit. Now, what we would suggest is collapsing those priorities to just simply have as an eligible funding category rail or transit. That would maintain local discretion, that affirms local discretion to apply those resources to where they are best needed. But what that would remove is an observation or consideration that in circumstances, all circumstances, rail ought to be considered as a higher priority than transit. What I would observe is, as we've seen TDA implemented over its 50-year history, most regions are not saying it's one or the other. Most regions are having deliberative conversations between rail and transit. But I would note that we have heard in numerous regions in the state, as rail is being considered for delivery in those regions, that many local electeds are saying, TDA says there's a rank order. When that rail is here in our region, we would direct our money to rail first and give secondary consideration to transit. We think that's a misread and misapplication of TDA law, and would just simply say, let's find a way to create eligible categories. Again, local discretion is affirmed. Folks can make those decisions through deliberations with stakeholders, with local agencies, but let's not put a thumb on the scale. And so that concludes the comments that we have as an association. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to Carl, and then Laurel, and then Juan.
Yeah, I can't top that. I'm putting my card down.
Okay. What he said. Okay, Laurel, and then Juan.
That was well said. Just to kind of add to it, I guess I'll speak maybe from the perspective of being an RTPA and CTC, the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, and the County Transportation Commission that's identified in TDA. And in our role as RTPA and the CTC, we have that financial and oversight responsibility of having to oversee the transit operators. Our CTC is not a transit operator itself, but we have 7 bus operators in our county, and we also have Metrolink in our county too as well. TDA is highly influential. While the state and TDA is pretty specific with the priority order and the rank of what you have to do, Michael already mentioned some of them. You have to, the first is you have to pay the county auditors. We give a portion to the MPOs. We give a portion to the COGS for planning various administrative type purposes, rail, and then transit. And then, Article 8 further down, I think, is for local streets and roads. And for some of our transit operators that are not FTA eligible, they're not eligible for federal funds, this is all that they get. So everything that they get through us is what they get. So this is, we always, we tell them that, these are what the metrics are. And while I'm not a huge fan of the fare box recovery ratio, and I think it definitely needs to be reformed, the one thing that I would say that is beneficial from our for us as an oversight agency is that it is uniform. So whatever that metric becomes, it's easy to say for fare box recovery ratio, it's 20% for fixed route, you know, in a urbanized area, or it's 10% in rural. So having what primary metric is it might be, having some type of uniformity across the state, I think is extremely going to be needed. And I think maybe it was Kate who mentioned it, but having other metrics too that compare like size agencies, I think could also be beneficial. I will also say too that CDA offers flexibility at our level for the RTPA to set other regional and local policies, which has been very effective. To kind of give you an example, in our county, LTF is the primary source for operations. STA, although it is eligible for operations, it is prioritized for capital projects. And it's been like that for a very long time. And it served us well, actually, during the recession in 2009, because while many other agencies across the state were using STA for operations, our county wasn't. And so we weren't as reliant on it, and our transit operators were not as impacted. So having that flexibility still in place is going to be needed.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much. Let's go on to Juan and then Mark Watts, and then let's see, Amy.
Yeah, so 2 points about how the TDA currently affects and influences operations that I haven't heard discussed yet. I think people forget that Ronald Reagan was governor of California at the time when the TDA came into existence, and so there was a motivation for that fare box recovery ratio, and that was to avoid upward pressure on wages, operator wages, and union negotiations. And that still apparently exists today, so that's something to be aware of. And also the LTF, I think in the slide it said it OPEX per VRH could be no more than the previous year. I think that's actually indexed to CPI, but that was also placed in there to avoid that upward pressure on wages. And so it is a constraint that I understand is used in negotiations. And so if it's removed, I don't, just think of cascading effects of that. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, and I think a lot of transit operators have wanted to have upward pressure on wages as a recruitment tool, but I think I just wanted to say that because it was part of the legislative history. The other thing that wasn't part of the legislative history but seems to be part of how TDA has been implemented is that it puts transit agencies in competition with one another within a county. And so this is because of that revenue distribution. So if you have, it can be a healthy competition where you're competing to try to grow a pie, everybody's revenue is going up, but it also ends up, it is a limited pie. And so people compete for a larger slice of that pie. And that's kind of understood. And so some counties, the one I'm most familiar with is in Los Angeles County with their formula allocation program. How they're subdividing TDA and some other funds actually end up enforcing some version of a turf war for transit agencies, where there are lines, official or unofficial lines, where transit agencies can't actually offer service beyond those lines. And I've seen service deployed where service went through an area, but it couldn't actually pick up or drop off. It was just extending to meet a rail station that was outside of that turf. And that seems kind of inside baseball internal competition, and it doesn't really serve the ridership. So I'm hoping that any reform process can look towards what is needed to create cooperation between transit agencies and trying to increase overall ridership rather than competition for what's seen as a fixed set of riders. I think, I've mentioned to a few folks, there's so much data, so much burden, administrative burden that transit agencies are asked to report, NTD, SCO, audits, grant programs, et cetera. It would be so great if there was just a statewide web portal that was nice and user friendly and did some analytics and dashboard stuff for the agencies and maybe also for the MPOs, RTPAs that those agencies are within, like it kind of consolidates up and it just feeds the NTD. It just feeds the SCO. And so it makes it a lot more user friendly because I understand that it's actually hard to, if you lose your NTD reporter, it's actually hard to find somebody who knows how to do it. So user friendly, but it also maybe is a basis for some like analytical dashboards that are shared in the future between agencies and with MPOs. And there's some good data portability with that. And that's something that can be offered on a statewide basis to agencies that I think they'll all like. It could also be the basis for an example that I've seen only out of Florida, where they have something called the Florida Transit Information System, where they are providing some advanced analytics on NTD data. So they do, I think what Kate said with some of that benchmarking of peer agencies of around the same size, maybe serving metros of the same size. They do some of that comparison analysis. I think California could do a better job than Florida's done with the data analysis, but it is like a framework for like recognizing that yes, every transit agency is unique and special, but sometimes it's great to compare that agency to others to see what those trends are, what those challenges might be. And from an RTPA or state perspective, having that data and recognizing those outliers, and one of the things I want to agree with Kate on is there probably needs to be, at the end of the day, some sort of performance improvement plan or heavy stick at the end of TDA reform, just like the FRR was supposed to be a heavy stick, but it turns out it's a really bad policy decision to remove transit operations funding from a geographic area of California just because the transit agency is underperforming. And so that stick could include some pathways towards, I know the C word that Michael hates, but consolidation of saying, hey, if you don't improve, we're going to work with you, we're going to put you on a plan. But at the end of this, if you're not working well with us, it could be that your municipal government, your special regional special district may not be able to make decisions about transit service in the future. And that's what the state thinks is necessary, or the RTPA thinks is necessary to best serve the ridership in that jurisdiction. And so I want to make sure there is still a stick at the end of the process. I've co-written 2 reports on performance measures in the TDA and then options for the future of which performance metrics. I'm not going to get into all that today, but I wanted to offer my team to present to the technical working group or whoever on some of that work and have a more detailed discussion, because like I don't know what metrics this state should pick as replacement metrics. I know what they could be, but it's I think there needs to be an ongoing conversation about what's valued and what, if it is contextual, what makes sense in certain contexts. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Juan. And I'm just doing a quick time check. I know we're at a little after 3. Don't want to curb the good discussion here, but I think we'll go to Mark and then Amy, and then we'll wrap this item.
Thank you very much, Mark. Again, Mark Watts. First, I want to appreciate Michael Pimentel's explanation of what the working group has come up with, Mr. Rashidi and others who've been involved. And it's a lot of good common sense ideas. I'm going to go to the other end of the bus and talk about real briefly an idea I have to look into what's going on with the unmet needs in the small counties of the state, because I think I would recommend, take it or leave it as a group, that some special, SMEs from rural and small counties be invited to come in and talk about it, so that you have as much input from them about what they're doing and why as you will get from what he's going to put together, which is going to be a beautiful aligned storybook that I think is going to have a lot of wealth in it. But I think we're going to be overlooking the fact that there's a quarter-cent captured in each of those counties from sales tax. And if we got in a position where we said you can't spend it on roads, and these are the same counties that have not really benefited under SB1 for local streets and roads, because they can't put together enough money in any one year to do a major project, $100,000 project. So I think there's a balance to what's going on here. My suggestion is bring in SMEs representing those small and rural folks to see what's going on and why they're taking the actions that they're taking. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mark. And then let's go to Amy.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Amy Hance with the City of Clovis, and I will make it very brief because I know we're up against the end here. Just 3 points. One is I think we've had such a profound shift in farebox revenue recovery discussion. I mean, 8 years ago, we wouldn't even dare talk about it. So I really appreciate the idea of getting rid of it. It's archaic. It would cause operators to go into a death spiral for service. And I'm really glad we're talking about it now. But I also want to suggest that we're very careful about what we replace it with and really understand the analysis. Juan, I think that I vote for you to do the analysis on it. I mean, you're really into it. So we really understand the impacts on all the operators, not just the large metro operator. My second point is unmet needs. UTN is archaic. It doesn't work very well. It's great to talk to our constituents and talk to our riders, but at the end, we end up at the same place every time. So unmet needs to be revised. And then the third point I'd like to make, because it's very specific to my region, is Michael's conversation about changing or collapsing the prioritization between rail and transit meant nothing to us in Fresno County about 6 years ago, but now there's something called high-speed rail coming through. And I think we haven't started the conversation yet on what the impact will be to our local funds. And I don't know what high-speed rail will do, but I can't imagine that they wouldn't try to get operating dollars to support their service. Chad's shaking his head no. I just really appreciate you, but you won't always be in your seat, Chad. And TDA is really old. It's 40 years old. So whatever replaces TDA or however we update it, we need to understand it's going to be a very long horizon, and we just need to be really careful. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Amy. Really appreciate that perspective. So with that, I think we will wrap this item and we'll move on to our next item, which I believe is public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Mark. So does anyone in the room have any additional public comments to make for anything that was not on the agenda today? I see one hand up. Please come on forward.
Hello, Phoebe, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. Two things. One, I provided a public comment about this in the last meeting, but really just driving my interest in researching different funding mechanisms for transit. Seems if we're moving away from the fare box recovery ratio and trying to promote more low-income fare programs, and then also the gas tax funding also shrinking as we transition to zero-emission vehicles. Thinking of innovative funding mechanisms. I know congestion pricing and road user charges are getting a lot of pushback, so there might be other opportunities to look to employer-based transportation benefits and figuring out how we can look at real estate in our transit stations. And then the other thing is an invitation to the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies' online mini symposium on September 10th, 9:30 to 12. We're going to be talking about transportation labor, and we're going to have people from the UCLA Labor Center talk about the High Road Training Partnerships Program, and then AC Transit bus operator, and then folks from ATU as well. We have about 144 people coming, and it'll be a good conversation.
Thank you very much. We have two more people from the room. Please come on up.
Again, I'm Dr. Grace Peng, and I'm speaking, wearing my other hat as a representative for League of Women Voters, LA County. Those of you that are on Metro have seen our letters. We unequivocally, unanimously all agreed that we support congestion pricing and using that to fund transit and non-car alternatives. I mean, we 100% support it. You may think it's not popular, but we're a mainstream. We're just a bunch of moms, mainly in the suburbs, and we support congestion pricing because we're worried about the climate and our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next public speaker, 1 minute.
Hello again. I'm Jeremy Stutz. I had a few items. I only have a minute, so very briefly, very much want to say that we support a vision for electrification across the region, especially if there's ways to combine efforts across multiple agencies to collaborate on electrification to make sure that it allows interoperability as California High-Speed Rail, Brightline, and other electric operators enter our region. And then the other thing is thoughts about transit hubs serving specific needs of community members. So we've talked a little bit about Metro's need to work with the community to provide access to social services. There's an opportunity to reach them where they are every day within our transit hubs. And I think more needs to be done in terms of thought about how our hubs can serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no more public comments in the in the meeting room. Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, there's one raised hand. I'll unmute you and a reminder that you have 1 minute.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to address the task force. My name is Brianna Egan. I'm a medical student and a public health and transportation advocate based in Southern California. I focus a lot of my advocacy on transportation in two main regions, the South Bay region of Los Angeles County and as well as the San Bernardino, Redlands, Loma Linda area where I currently attend medical school. So as a result, I do have more of a regional and kind of bi-county perspective as I follow various transportation agencies, councils of government at various levels of government. I do want to share with you kind of my main motivation for addressing you today is really to impress upon you the importance of our climate and health imperative to build up and strengthen California's regional transit and mobility infrastructure so that we provide meaningful alternatives to driving, create meaningful mode shift, and make transit the most attractive option, thereby enhancing equity and meeting our climate goals as well as reducing health disparities.
Thank you,
I am
Brianna.
concerned. Okay.
You
Thank
have
you.
reached the 1 minute. Thank you. And we do not have any other raised hands on the Zoom, so that concludes public comment on the Zoom.
Thank you, Rachel. So that concludes public comments for items not on the agenda.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that. Again, really appreciate all the comments from the public in the room as well as those attending online. Let's go ahead and go to our next slide. So this is our last slide. Just wanted to go over a little bit of our next steps and kind of set us up for our next meeting. Everyone's favorite part, our homework assignment. As usual, we will, really, kind of encourage you all to provide some additional feedback post each of the meetings that we have. Please provide that through our SB 125 inbox. So we really would like to get, feedback. I know we didn't touch a lot on kind of the data and research component of this, but any additional data sources, subject matter experts, different analyses that you'd like us to kind of work through, focus on, please send those our way. We'll work through that with our technical working group as well as our team here. And then just any general feedback around today's discussion. Really appreciate it. I think we had a kind of really robust discussion, not only on just the TVA and workforce challenges, but also kind of our first, item where we did actually take actions, on some of the recommendations. I know there were some, kind of thoughts about, kind of building those out a little further. We will work, to do that. But if there were any other ideas that came up related to transit priority, please also send those, our way. So we'd love to get any of your responses, as it says on the slide, by September 10th. So that gives us enough time to kind of work through that with our technical working group in advance of our next scheduled meeting. And then definitely look out for some correspondence related to setting up those interim meetings. I think, just based on today's discussion, it's going to be challenging for us to get through all of the content that we need to, as well as really coalescing around recommendations. So I think those interim meetings are, going to be necessary. So definitely look out for some additional information there. And then again, just, making sure everyone's aware, that feedback to our SB 125 transit at calsta.ca.gov inbox. So with that, really want to thank all of our members. Thank you for taking time out of your day. Thank you for giving an extra 15 minutes. I know we tried to kind of stay on track here, but wanted to afford the opportunity for all the great discussion that we had. So with that, I will conclude our meeting. Thanks, everyone.